came from the CT spawn. Regali up close. It's a combat off the off. And neither buddy hitting that first shot. Bomb gone. No scope connects. Positions now confirmed that the bomb's not for him, so he needs to fight his way out tooth and nail to stop this defuse, but it gets stuck all the way. Less than half a second left, and he would have stopped that defuse. Instead, it's Fnatic Rising with the round 1 win. AST tapping into the head of Cheerful and extending outwards looking for a frag. Lomik drops the op shot, and KST is on a damn tear, nearly killing everybody. I promise you, you are never going to boost that position for the next 2 weeks.
That looked excellent.
They just very quickly throwing himself into the back line. He's got his knife out. Oh, it's a knife fight! And Cheerful's going to
Find the timing. Behind double. Looking for that. Seeing that molly come through.
nails 2.
Oh, and now down to 20 seconds. I'll have to push up. Banjo's not done.
Third frag for Banjo. Cheerful's going to try to catch him back the other direction, but KST comes in through smoke. Those Molotovs just blanketing the positions he likes to play. KST kills Resalt and Zaracin as well. You know, we talked about KST last map with the bulky kills, but Cheerful can do it too. Oh, he gets so blind, but they don't see him. 2 kills. Keve's able to help out with one of his own. Trying to get into the A site. All tags. We didn't get to catch it, but I can guarantee you that was hot. 3 kills from on top of balcony. Shuts down the short player. Go jump up, dies out, do it. Prime Taps looking to keep this 4K alive. Swings wide, and sure enough, he's got it.
Got their opponent scared and confused. Not giving away too many opening kills. Usually winning them, but now Void makes an appearance on the other side of the map.
Nixay trying to capture more than one. Swings with the MP9, cuts down 3 players as Glaive gets his name in with 2 assists and a kill of his own. So total shutdown here from Big Omen Academy. Now they know that Aqua's coming in from behind because he just used utility. But Void, he doesn't turn around. And Aqua, oh my god, gets denied after the no-scope. Tech9 charge up. Yo, what's up, Brosis? Oh, 3 kills into the AK spray. His final chance at it, and the shotty makes a difference. Down in heaven, one graffiti and one inside of the water.
Hold on.
Mister gonna be challenged. Luckily for him, Altec, good job at alleviating pressure. 3 kills from Altec inside heaven. Who's the guardian angel of this B site?
It's an important duels between Void and there's another one versus Glade actually. Oh man.
He cuts this from a 4v4 to the 4v2. But Aqua's got a double headshot of his own. Working his way forward, wary of a player over on long, but it's a double, of course, the double third! And Mister's got it all the way. Starting to draw attention towards Ticket, but they still have not found CTR. With that flash in the mid-site from Roll, CTR's activated. The booby trap comes into play with the 2K and the finish onto Onkir. Ducks into the corner. Onkir's got to come clear this, and he will, just as his head is turned. Now the pressure, all relieved. Here, he's going to have his head turned on a swivel, and it's great from Navi Jr. Able to kill all 3 players who tried to flood out from the app. Find further success, and honestly, they're all gonna die. Debo, he'll hold his ground for a little bit. Oh, he's got 3. Okay. Tip of the hat, good sir. Sapek, good angle. Catches Modesty off guard with the elevation. Head trick. Now it's up to him to take this player down, but Sapek's got 4 kills for Sapek off of the top of Banana. But Flamey still has that ability to beat an X Factor. Oh, and another! Oh, Fear! Nice Desert Eagle kill.
Eagle walk 3 steps.
Frag grenade's also going to be good. That's another kill. That's another kill. And now Sapek has 6 HP. Fear is about to pull off a 1 versus 4 with 2 Deagle 1-taps. And if he sticks this 10-second defuse, I swear to God, this is the WePlay play of the day. Sapek peeks late. He's hiding, and it's so close. Sapek has a huge play. He's already slipped by a player. Monacy's back to... Okay, when you're playing a man disadvantage...
They have 2 on the lineup? No, he doesn't.
Oh my god, but if he gets all the way to CT spawn, so he can time the rotate, Cynics gets executed, Sapek decides to peek back, and there you go.
the better team on top of him.
Oh,
wow.
Dude.
Super quick, super fast. I called him the Flash in my video. Oh, shut up, man.
Wow.
Shut up.
Left eye peek. A second one onto Aqua as well through the mid doors. A third one onto Nixay as he pees it. I'm telling you.
This guy's bulldozing.
Flamey on site to help him. Flamey, good for 2. And then Fear comes around the side of that smoke, and it's a shutdown. Flamey with a multi-kill. Oh my God, 3 kills?
The smoke comes up.
I thought the smoke was going to come up and just one player was going to go, but they all tried to just get beyond as smoke was. Oh my God, it's flawless. Tab's going to try and keep it alive in the 1v3, but as he doubles back in, he actually pushes this one into a very winnable situation.
Can you hear this?
Yep.
There it is.
Yep, he heard the drop. And he's got it. Just a single shot into Aqua. That's all he needs. But that also goes both ways because it's the beauty of the pistols. Who's more sharp? Who's got it? Who's going to hit it first? He's got 5 bullets left in the magazine. Gonna reload, yes sir.
There's time.
He's got the kid as well, so just hit it. Hit the frickin' head.
Oh, he got it. God damn. Aqua had a lot of chances.
Jump up, miss. Horsey, though, doesn't get too punished for it. We've got an up-close fight versus the offers. Hits him with the no-scope. Hawked rapid fire on the op. Love to see it. One kill, but it's the tail of ZMB. This off just shutting down Connector. 2 frags for it. Nearly a third one. They're going to chase down the Opper. Decent D and ZMB just crank the dial on aggression, and they want all the frags they can achieve. Too smooth. Shuey able to get 3 kills off of the Desert Eagle. Oh, that is the pistol play that Maus were looking for. Missing his timing, but that's okay because Torzi on the opposite side is able to just kill everybody.
Lap through holes, see if anybody's in all. They're not going to see anything. It's actually a rush towards Banana. And
slaughtered.
The silence them fours will ring off.
They're just getting torn apart.
Oh.
Towards the collateral. Almost.
Wow, looked like it, yeah.
Could have been, could have been. They'll be counting their lucky stars, but Torzi, he's like, no, I wanted 2. So he's gonna go right back. Oh my God, another chance at a collateral, but he doesn't need him because he's 3 for 3 on the op shots. Actually close this. JDC peeks alongside Torzi's flash, and it's the player in the back of the site who's going to have to do it all. JDC jumping, damn it. CMP closing in on it. Oh! No scope for the second Banana Man. Torzi wants a gun for his troubles. Looks to kill them all. Oh, he's got it.
I love how he fought there. That was
That plan is so safe. Heavy, 2 kills. Comfortably in the backside, finds that Deagle player in Roofire, and it's an easy spray down. 4 frags coming off of Keve. Oh, he's gonna push right through. Vlomic, wild blind, gets 4 kills, blinded with the AUG. 4 rounds for VP.Prodigy.
push come through. Oh, I think he knows.
He's just got to kill the guy in Temple. The flash came from the CT spawn. Regali up close. It's a combat off the AUG. Oh! And neither hitting that first shot bomb.
Oh!
God, no scope connects. Harrison's position's now confirmed and the bomb's not for him, so he needs to fight his way out tooth and nail to stop this defuse, but it gets stuck all the way. Less than half a second left, and he would have stopped that defuse. Instead, it's fnatic Rising with the round 1 win. KST tapping into the head of Cheerful and extending outwards looking for a frag. Vlomic drops the op shot, and KST is on a damn tear, nearly killing everybody. I promise you are never going to boost that position for the next 2 weeks.
That looked excellent.
They just very quickly throwing himself into the back line. He's got his knife out. Oh, it's a knife fight! And Cheerful's going to watch.
He finds the timing. Behind double. Looking for that. Seeing that molly come through.
Nails 2.
Oh, and now down to 20 seconds. I'll have to push up, and Banjo's not done.
3rd frag for Banjo. Cheerful's going to try to catch him back the other direction, but KST comes in through smoke. Those Molotovs just blanketing the Piston in positions he likes to play. KST kills Resalt and Zaracin as well. You know, we talked about KST last map with the multi-kills, but Cheerful can do it too. Oh, he gets so blind, but they don't see him. 2 kills. Keve's able to help out with one of his own. trying to get into the A site. All tags. We didn't get to catch it, but I can guarantee you that was hot. 3 kills from on top of balcony. Shuts down the short player. Vigo jump up, dies out to it. Prime Tab's looking to keep this 4K alive. Swings wide, and sure enough, he's got it.
Got their opponent scared and confused. Not giving away too many opening kills. Usually winning them, but now Void makes an appearance on the other side of the map.
Trying to capture more than one. Swings with the MP9, cuts down 3 players as Glaive gets his name in with 2 assists and a kill of his own. So total shutdown here from Big Omen Academy. Now they know that Aqua's coming in from behind because he just used utility. But Void, he doesn't turn around. And Aqua, oh my god, gets denied after the no-scope. Tech 9 charge up. Yo, what's up, Brosis? Oh, 3 kills into the AK spray. Impact last round, his final chance at it, and the shotty makes a difference. Down in heaven, 1 graffiti and 1 inside the water.
Hold on.
Mister gonna be challenged. Luckily for him, Altex, good job at alleviating pressure. 3 kills from Altex inside heaven. He is the guardian angel of this B site.
Batters up, everybody, and welcome to the WePlay CSGO Academy League. It's another day for us to enjoy the amazing talents that are coming through the Counter-Strike scene. And I'm back in the hot seat. I've got myself a bat because there was a cheeky person called Pimp who decided to say he wanted to fight me, I heard on the broadcast.
I just said I could fight you.
You could? Why?
Could beat the shit out of you too, but that's a different conversation.
You think that, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
You don't want to just hug it out, you know?
We could. Again, if you're scared, then let's do it.
We need to
Come. There we go.
Can I get in?
It's good to be back, boys, though. We're going to have some fun. We get to watch all of the madness that is coming through this Academy League. But I would say one thing from the games I saw, and I don't know if you guys would agree with it, there has been significant improvements for some teams.
There has been improvements, but there's also been teams that have declined. So it works both ways, James. And yeah, for people that have not really seen as much of Season 2, but they wanted to tune in for your pretty face here, and they were waiting for this, there have been quite a few shifts.
No one.
I think, I mean, there's probably a handful. His mom, you know, maybe,
sure.
you know.
That's true.
Yeah.
My mum's my biggest supporter, you know. We gotta enjoy those moments when we can. What we should take a look is the highlights coming out from yesterday, because yesterday saw Na'Vi and Big go up against each other. And guys, I think Wavy, we described this as a bit of a speed run for Na'Vi Jr.
A bit of a good old spanking right there coming out of Na'Vi Jr. for sure. Big Omen Academy couldn't do anything in this game at all. There were a very few moments in the game where you thought, okay, Big Omen Academy, you got what it takes in order to you know, make it a fight against Na'Vi Jr. And I think that was the biggest disappointment. I think both me and Maui had Na'Vi Jr. as the favorites, especially as we have seen these two teams play it out once in the tournament, where it was a 16-8 × 2 for Na'Vi Jr. So we kind of knew Na'Vi Jr. had a good take on Big Omen Academy, but the fact that none of the maps were competitive and it was so easy for Monacy and Ankara to just destroy them was a little bit disappointing to me.
It was a very quick game, James. Yeah. It was not really all too competitive. It never felt like at any point was Big doing anything that was going to upset whatever Na'Vi wanted to do. And it's not that Na'Vi are really just playing this incredibly sick tactical style. It just feels like their individuals are on such a higher level. Monacy on Care, even Headtrick and Fear getting involved too the last time they played. And right now, Big Omen Academy, you know, they're going through a shift. Even that they made it at least to the last chance qualifier. They're not out of the event by any means, but we see that Prosis is definitely the star of this team right now, and Aqua, the guy that we loved last season, he's fallen off drastically. He's taken up the in-game leader role, and it's not working out for him as an individual.
You remember Aqua from last season, didn't
We were hyping him up. He was amazing.
He was a star player, you know.
Yeah.
We was talking about him constantly and saying, okay, this is the one guy from Big Omen Academy that can make the difference. Even at the LAN final, we highlighted him to be the difference maker. At this season so far, he's been the worst performing player and one of the worst performing players in the entire tournament.
But why would you move someone that we said is not only just skilled, right, but also like he had a good game sense, which is hard to grasp because you need a lot of experience to have that kind of game sense. He had a good read of what was going on, so maybe you can see that into an IGL role. But for me, you don't make someone who's that talented with skill-wise also do it because you hinder yourself.
It might be one of those things, those symptoms of being the best player on a team where you think that you can do it all. That maybe Aqua took it upon himself where he said, if anybody can call, it's me right now. Then they remove Lapex, their previous in-game leader. They move Glaved to the op. And Aqua, he tries taking up the role, but every game, it's just not the same Aqua whatsoever. He's putting up single-digit frags in a lot of the maps that they're playing, and it's so heartbreaking because he's actually the player that the actual big proper team, when they list a substitute for them is in their tournaments that they're playing, it's Aqua. They think that Aqua should be the shining star, he should be the future of Big, and yet he has fallen from massive heights.
But we did see this, right, throughout Season 1. The Big were quite happy to make drastic changes, right? And maybe this is one that they need to revert, by the sounds of it?
I hope so, for the future of Aqua, at the very least. I think we saw in Season 1 that that's a guy who potentially could be a great player for the future. If I'm not mistaken, he's also the stand-in for the Big Omen, the Big main team, if in case someone gets sick or something like that. That was the guy they looked towards and thought, okay, he may have the level in order to help us if it really gets down to the nitty-gritty stuff. And what we've seen so far from Aqua hasn't been good enough. And without drawing too many, comparison and comparing a guy like Nico from FaZe with Aqua and Big Omen Academy, there's a little bit over that, right? Because he was the star player, he was the guy who could do it all, but sometimes you just gotta stay to your strengths and then let someone else, do the dirty old role of being an in-game leader.
Now, this is where Group A sits for the moment, and the game you just saw, the game you just showed the highlights from, Na'Vi quickly dealt with a 2-0. Not many free mappers within this group, though, right? Quite one-way games all the way through, but Ninjas and Na'Vi Jr., they're in the grand final. No real surprise when you think of the caliber of these two teams.
as soon as we see the upgrades that came into Na'Vi Jr., you would think that would be the destined grand final for the group. But yeah, when we look at Group B, it has been a little bit closer. A lot of 2-1s here, even some close games in the 2-0s. Mao's NXT versus VP.Prodigy in that upper bracket final. That opening game on Vertigo was the best map I have seen in the online stage of Season 1 or 2.
In the history of the WePlay Academy.
It was so good.
It was without a doubt the best game this season, this league has ever had. That's one that if I were you, James, or anyone out there watching, go back and rewatch it. You know, go back and experience it. Squani and Londres did a fantastic cast for it as well, and it was just so tense throughout the entire game. It leaves us with VP.Prodigy taking on fnatic Rising tonight. And James, VP.Prodigy, we spoke about them last season.
Oh, yeah.
We weren't too satisfied with them.
No.
Kind of like, they show potential. They always get into overtimes. They always get to 16-14, and then they lose. This time around, VP.Prodigy, you don't mess around with those guys. I would consider them to be the favorites from what we've seen so far against fnatic Rising.
Now, let's talk about this, right? So, VP.Prodigy last season, we memed on them a little bit. We said how disjointed it was. You saw some individual highlights of players come up. What have you noticed that's changed then? Has Rufire also not just had to pull out the Mag 7 to find success?
He does a lot.
Rufire has had some impactful games. He's finding entry frags.
All right.
He's upsetting opponents in the default. You know, his stats aren't crazy if you look at the last 3 months because they've been playing a lot outside of the Academy League. They played at least 5 BO3s against, you know, Tier 2 competition in other types of qualifiers. They lost all of them, but they took some maps off of some teams you wouldn't expect them to. And we also see that the change that they made between Season 1 and Season 2 was that they replaced Bloody K, who was kind of a high-flying entry fragger with this player Exerson. And when we talked to Resalt, he told us that Exerson, the reason they got him is because he's a secondary caller. He provides a secondary voice for the team. And so they are now they work so much better as a team throughout a round. The trading is clearly better. They're clearly figuring out some of these 2v2s, 3v3s, whereas last season, you would almost always count them out there.
And then there's the single player we got to highlight, and he makes you cheer up a little bit, James. It is the man Cheerful, because he's been playing hearts out some of the best Counter-Strike we've ever seen him play. In Season 1, he was all right, but so far in Season 2, he's been the star player of this lineup, and it's the impact, it's the decisiveness he's having on his server. He's not afraid of going for the duels. He's not afraid of playing proactive and aggressive Counter-Strike, and right now, he's the difference maker for VP.Prodigy. Sort of like Aqua was last season for Big Omen Academy, but I would say Cheerful so far has been one of the brightest surprises of this Season 2.
Now, when it comes to looking at this team, right, and what VP.Prodigy have to offer, and you say, like, okay, we've seen improvements from them. Are we still seeing that bit where they kind of have these delayed one half of the team is elsewhere, or the other half of the team still doesn't know what's going on, or has that been fixed? Because I think that was one of our biggest issues with them in the first season.
I think that they work better now. They actually have figured out some things. They don't look as disjointed. They're working much better in terms of macro understanding. It's very obvious that they're on the same page now. And I've noticed that when Exerson is on one side of the map, they will go for control there. It looks like it works out well. It's not like anything around Rufire works and then everything else is just random. It actually looks like there's some method to the madness that once was the story of VP.Prodigy.
So cohesion has been found for these guys now. Finally, that's what we want to see. So they can put up a fight. But now they've got to go and take on fnatic Academy today. And winner goes through to the grand final. The other one goes through to the last chance qualifier. So it's going to be a different situation depending on how the team can go. But in terms of fnatic, they not only made changes, we still got Kevy leading the charge and how it all comes together. But have you seen this as an improvement change or not?
No. And there's one big problem right here, and I hate to address it to just one player only, but we spoke about him during the LAN finals, James, and he wasn't really living up to our expectations. And if you take a wild guess from fnatic Rising, who could that be?
Yeah, Regali?
Yeah, Regali. So far in this tournament, he hasn't really been finding the high level he found. You got to see it right here. In season number 1, a rating of 1.25 was absolutely huge, right? He was the best rated player coming into the LAN playoff, outside of Monacy, of course, who didn't qualify, in second season so far. It's not that these stats are any bad. A 1.06 rating, I think that's my average rating of my entire career. And I was decent without being good at any point, but for a guy like Regali, who's supposed to be the star player of this lineup, we expected more. We need to see more from a guy like Regali, and they miss him a lot. Because we spoke about the lack of firepower with Kevy. Regali made up for it in season 1.
Massively.
And we haven't seen that here in season 2.
So do we put that down to things that have changed within the team? Do we put that down to his confidence? Because we saw him on LAN, right? And the one thing we said when it came to Regali was he definitely seemed to choke at the beginning of LAN. He warmed up as the games went on, but it wasn't quick enough. kind of rise for him, really?
So in a post-game interview we had with Regali, we talked to him about his form, and he told us that, you know, during Season 1, it was during the summertime, he had all the time in the world. This time, he's going to school as he's playing. And so he's actually coming off of a day of class and then playing these matches. But he did tell us, because today's Sunday, he doesn't have to worry about that today. He got his DM session in. He was able to stay up late playing FPLC or FPL, whatever warm-up he wanted to get in, he was able to bring it here today. And another thing that changed about this team is that they're incorporating Banjo. He's the new player for fnatic Rising, as opposed to Prosis. And Prosis was definitely, I would say, their second best player last season, or at least top 3. And now Banjo is kind of at the bottom of the board. He's not doing as poorly as Keve, but he's definitely not providing the same impact that Prosis did. And that's kind of led to KST, a player we had some questions about last season, actually kind of rising above. And he's actually proving that if he needs to be called upon, this guy had a little bit more left in the tank that we didn't get to see last time around. The last 3 months, you know, not the craziest stats, and that's concerning for fnatic Rising when this guy is actually your best rated player at the event.
Yeah, that is a problem on itself, right? Because we had so many moments when we looked at this and said, okay, this maybe not be good enough for the fnatic lineup, but we have always praised them on the strategy side and the preparation. We know Kevin is still putting in that work, and I thought Best of Threes would kind of have them in a much better situation.
Yeah, both yes and no. I really think the lack of firepower has been a big hindering for them. I still think we see glimpses of what Kevin does for this lineup, some nice nade stacks, some nice nade setups, and in general, a good understanding of how to take map control and still play default Counter-Strike. But at the end of the day, Counter-Strike is a rough game in the sense that if you can't kill your opponent, if you can't open up the sites, if whatever Kevin does to set up his star players and they don't deliver, there's only so much you can do with the material he has at hand. So yeah, I think it comes down to, and without simplifying it too much, the fact that fnatic Rising this season have a little less firepower, and by then they can't really make up for all the good strats and all the good protocols they have. And you know, the balance right there seems to be a little bit missing right now.
Well, let's see how it will go today, but first of all, let's start to understand how this veto is going to go. And Maui, what are you thinking? Where are we going with this one?
Well, what's interesting about this already is that VP banned out Inferno, which fnatic always want to pick. So this is not looking too favorable for fnatic right now. fnatic have a couple options here. You know, they could go for, if they really want to go for a punish, they could go for something like Nuke. But I feel like they're probably going to go to something they're more comfortable with, which would probably be like Vertigo. Dust 2 would be an also great punish pick, but again, like, I don't know if they really love picking that map. So there's, like, I think they're probably going to go with something more simple like Vertigo here. So we'll see if fnatic do choose that.
But they don't hope so, yeah.
They go with Ancient. Okay, so we've seen that, like, that map actually did work out for fnatic at the end of last season. They played Na'Vi. When they actually qualified for the LAN, they beat Na'Vi on it, which was a very impressive victory. And VP, when they played Na'Vi, they got 16-0, or they got
16-3, was it?
16-3,
like
yeah, they got almost 16-0.
I remember that.
So that was so if you use the transitive property, fnatic should think that they're a good Ancient team here.
Yeah, I'm very happy they didn't pick Vertigo, because we did see VP.Prodigy play Vertigo at an extremely high level against Mouse NXT, what makes me believe that they're discussing at least whether Vertigo could be a pick against fnatic Rising. Whether or not they're going to do it, I'm not too sure. I think they would like that as a third deciding map, and maybe you're looking towards something like Overpass.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. We got Vertigo. They gained and they found a lot of confidence against that Mouse NXT game. They were playing some of the best Counter-Strike we've seen any team in this tournament play, and it was only because Mouse NXT is the best of the best in this league that they didn't win that game. So I like that they, despite the loss, you know, go into this matchup thinking we're confident, we can play Vertigo again, and there's no way fnatic Rising can be at the level Mouse NXT were.
Okay, and that leaves us with Overpass Decider. It's a map that both of these teams have shown some nice victories on. They played against each other last season, and fnatic actually choked a pretty big lead against them on it. So there might be some flashbacks there if we get to the third map.
Will we get to the third map? Looking at this though, how likely is it? Because there's been a lot of these 2-0s coming through.
I would say that the first map is kind of 50-50, but I think Vertigo is favored for VP.Prodigy.
I agree. I mean, to be completely honest with you, I feel Ancient is a 50-50 map, and you see it right here. Even the stats for fnatic Rising are not necessarily any good. They've only played it 3 times, 1-1, so I guess that's decent. Whereas for VP.Prodigy, they played it 8 times and then won it 2. But I think we saw last season that VP.Prodigy played a couple of games on Ancient pretty close against their opponents without shutting them out. And I don't know, I just have more faith in VP.Prodigy this season, because I think they've been playing much, much better. Not just like a little bit better, not only showing a little bit of progress, but much better than they were last season. So if fnatic Rising want to win this one, if they want to bring it to a third map, they need to step up from the get-go in this game. And I'm looking again towards Regali. On a map, Ancient, we've seen how well the Ops thrives, especially on the CT side of Ancient. So if Regali gets going on that CT side, that if he gets off to a good start, I think we have a very competitive matchup that is going to go to 3 maps. But if Regali continues to play like he does on weekdays, we're gonna have a problem.
You got to hope he gets the weekend buff then, by the looks of it. But let's get into our predictions of where we think this one's going to go. And I'm going to be just swayed by you guys, because I don't think I'll be saying this if we think about last season. But let's see what VP.Prodigy got. Let's go in for the 2-0.
I'm going to go VP.Prodigy, but I think it'll be a 2-1.
Okay.
I think VP.Prodigy will win as well, and I think Sunday Regali is good enough to bring it to a third map.
Good enough to bring it to a third map. We've got to hope it's going to work out for him as well. I will say, though, from overall looking at VP.Prodigy, and maybe any of the academy teams at this point, with how much Vertigo we saw in first season, now still happening in the second season, one of these teams will just assume he's the best Vertigo team going, you know? Trial by fire.
Yeah, why not?
Have we kind of been impressed with it more this time? Because it was a lot of scrappy games. It was a lot of like back and forth and open games.
The thing is, we saw Fury Academy and we saw Astralis Talent play a lot of Vertigo last season, and let's be honest, those teams are not the best of the best in this league. So yes, it was a pretty scrappy, but what we've seen so far from Vertigo, from Mouse NXT, from Young Ninjas, from Navi Junior as well, so for that matter, I think a lot of the teams are playing it at a high level.
Yeah, I would say the floor has raised and the ceiling has raised in terms of the quality of Vertigo play for all these teams.
And I'm sure it will just happen season after season. But it's time for us to get into our opening game. We're moving on to Ancient, and we get to pass it over to the lovely Scrawny and Launders. Take it away, boys.
Lovely.
Yeah, will do, James. Nice to have you back, James. I think I speak for everyone in the room when I said I missed you. So, nice. Welcome. Suiting in. And I think that this is, you know, an interesting BO3 because it's the repeat of exactly what we had 4 days ago. The only difference between, of course, that best of 3 and this one is that instead of having Vertigo as the deciding map, it's now, excuse me. Yeah, the second, and Overpass. Overpass is where the series ends. But Overpass is where Fnatic blew VP out of the water. When we look at Ancient, which I'm a little surprised because Fnatic picked Ancient against them again, despite losing it. But when you think back to that loss, there was a lot of rounds where Rufire himself were making these like really obscure kind of 50-50 type decisions, walking out of smokes, playing late lurks, going for flanks, and we praised him because it worked. But I also think we're not far from a world where it didn't work, and by extension of that, VP.Prodigy could have lost that game.
I was like, I love Rufire. I would like to start out by saying that.
Get it off your chest.
I love Rufire. I think that was the weirdest map for him in the series. So like at first I was kind of like, oh my god, he's getting these plays, they were working, but it was working at like 55% of the time kind of thing. And like you're saying, very narrow margins to when he would get caught or the round would be lost. And I can see that for Fnatic Rising. That's why they're fine playing into Virtus.pro VP.Prodigy again, where it feels like Rufire is a lot more impactful on some of the other maps. And from what I gather, he's gotten a lot better coming into Season 2. And I think was, not taken as seriously in Season 1, but now is kind of the same guy. You know what I mean? It's a new season, same Rufire, but improved. It's new Fire Plus.
New and
Rufire Plus.
Once we get to Vertigo, I think VP.Prodigy have that one in the bag. Their 16-7 blowout that went down on that map last time around, I think was just all we need to know in terms of them being able to repeat that experience. Fnatic Rising had, a struggle and a half playing that A ramp, both T side and CT side.
That's one thing.
VP.Prodigy were just all over it.
I'm excited for that.
I think this Ancient game is everything for Fnatic Rising. I think that without it, they don't really have a chance. And if they do manage, to take Ancient, then I'm saying Fnatic Rising win this series 2-1. Because Overpass, in contrast to Vertigo, was also so one-sided. And that's our decider. It's either a 2-0 VP.Prodigy or it's the 2-1 Fnatic Rising in my mind. Because Ancient means everything for these teams.
I'm with you. Oh, okay. Yeah, lots of pressure on Ancient. I think that makes sense. Now, the one thing for Fnatic Rising is I do believe that they will prepare and attack their specific issues. I believe in Kene in that sense because of what I've seen.
Yes.
There's so much promise in the sense that when they do something, they talked about it for 4 hours in practice and then tried it, right? And I just think that it was such a glaring problem for them that when A-ramp control was taken on Vertigo, that they just crumbled or didn't know how the best way to take that part of the map back. That's something they must be working on. And then they surely will show some improvements. And I think that's going to make Vertigo so exciting. Yep. But like you're saying, without the first map victory, I mean, I don't know. It could actually be 2-0 Fnatic Rising if they solve that Vertigo issue.
Yeah.
And they have a good time on Ancient. And they only have to play a little bit better than they did last time on Ancient.
I'm very curious to see kind of how Roofire slots in, what kind of mid-round moments may get punished, right? I feel like if I'm fnatic Rising, I am keeping my eyes open for him. So they'll drop him at the start of this one. 3v3 very quickly. We've got the B site compromised. Molotov burns out, KST taking space. And we need to just sing praise to KST. Most impactful player across the last best of 3 when these teams met. And he's meant to make the difference. But instead, it has to be Keve. Oh, that's ratty. He gets off of the bomb site and then, sure enough, catches Cheerful with his head turned. Keve very quickly over to the back lane.
There's a kid in the open.
1v2, attempt, almost there, just hit his headshot. Hit the headshot. He's gonna go for the reload, gets pushed down, and Lomik, yeah, he smelled blood in the water when that reload was needed.
That's well played by Lomik.
Charged
him
down.
He baits the shots out, and he knows he's got the advantage once that gun goes dry, so he can push, take his time. He doesn't rush the situation at all. I like that. So okay, VP.Prodigy win that round, and yeah, Roofire. Why he's such a he's the star of the show on Ancient on both sides because he's lurking like crazy on T side. On CT side, he's pushing Cave, looking for an opening engagement. Every single round, it feels like he's going to be peeking out either with a Mag 7, an MP9, or some other gun, and a lot of the rounds rest on whether or not he gets that kill. If he dies pushing Cave, sometimes it'll be a round where VP.Prodigy can't do anything else. So it's such an important part of the map. I think what's going to be fun is watching him play here. And already we've got more of a pacifist approach. He falls back immediately, and he's got this Molotov, and he's going to see it. He's not even going to worry about it in the default.
Oh, Zarasen's so set up right now. He just has to not die to the player coming from the T-spawn, and even though he's blinded by Lomik, he's able to get his kill. Sure enough, with 2 players right above him and that smoke grenade in Lomik's face, he was dead at that point.
What a crazy spot to be in, but maybe not expecting any kind of clamp down on mid.
And if he doesn't get so blinded, then maybe he has a chance at, whipping his gun up and shooting back at those other 2 Ts. But utility very important in that first engagement towards middle. Now things slow down. We get the lean towards B.
Oh!
Insta-dinks from Banjo's Galil. Roofire's going to feel the pressure here from a multitude of directions. And with the smoke blocking off his rotation from Lomik. Oh, Cheerful's going in through mid. He gets caught. Keve, he could serve as the rotate back. There is still time. Or he just deals with Lomik. If you can get Lomik's attention turned, then it's just Roofire inside the site to try and hold. They know exactly where he is, and he's going to be attacked.
Oh, it was a good reposition for Roofire.
Yeah, they gave up the ramp.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, he was alone.
Yep.
So that would have been a pretty hectic 1v3 if he pulled that off, but nice try. That's a bit of a strange round in how lurky it got, like where it didn't seem like everybody knew exactly how the round was going to collapse. And I also feel like there was a bit of discomfort not knowing it. Roofire, left so early. Like, what's he up to? You know what I mean? Because they probably game planned around trying to kill him, but whoa, let's ask no more questions and find out what fnatic Rising are actually talking about.
I will Molly first, okay?
Yeah. Molly Lila as well, maybe. Okay, you can. Not throwing anything mid. No one Lila. I'm gonna Molly mid
I
corner.
failed the Molly Lila.
Don't
I'm going in B now.
Yeah. I'm gonna smoke connector.
I'm behind the
Smoking
box.
now. Flashing mid.
Can you do Navi flash for me? So?
Window.
Yeah, I can try.
I'm holding for the window
Good.
smoke.
Yeah.
One is con. They might
Flashing.
flash out. Fence.
One dead case. Good dead cave.
Nice whip.
Let's go B. Let's go B, guys.
I'm nading up banana.
Don't forget the bomb.
from ramp.
I'm
Come
getting.
with cave with me, someone.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Wait, Matthias.
Don't say anyone.
I'm on an
They-
inch. Flashing
close,
here, close.
they
Let's
close.
go, flashing.
Heading.
Boom, let's go.
I'm gonna go banana with you, guys. I'm with you.
I'm smoking long.
I smoke short.
Flashing one long.
Can this shit. I will go long.
Bad short smoke.
I'm planting.
I'm holding Lila
closer.
behind us.
Don't see anyone.
I have long.
I'm spawn already, guys.
Did they buy Pepe or just fully go?
Yeah, they had by.
Okay,
Deagle
maybe
killer.
scout. They have.
One is Lila.
I'm watching Layla from there.
You have flash?
No.
He's up on the box. Can you flash for me? Flash right side. Flash
Yeah.
like over here.
Flashing. Boom.
That's in.
Yes,
Okay.
Maybe it's under.
Nice, guys. Good job, Pepe.
So, clean conversion, man.
That was chill.
Clean as it can be. Nobody threw a wrench in the works,
Everyone
obviously.
says cool as a cucumber. No one ever says clean as a cucumber.
Are cucumbers particularly clean?
Are they? Do they grow from the root?
They grow in the ground, man.
Grow in the ground.
I don't trust root vegetables. That's all I'm
man.
saying.
Yeah, you do.
I do. I love them.
Yeah.
But only once they've been washed.
Maui just said potatoes.
Potatoes.
If in case, I'm sure you guys heard.
The ultimate root vegetable.
Yes.
But,
They absorb everything.
Rooted in the success of Fnatic Rising is the demise of VP.Prodigy, and this round's not going to be going too well for them, or at least it's not supposed to. They go for the, we just watched that whole last round with Fnatic Rising, never getting kind of, shook or scared or really even tested. Right into this one, different tempo, VP.Prodigy hoping they can catch a guy sleeping towards middle. Doesn't happen, and just as quickly as they push mid, we get Fnatic Rising pushing into B. And with success at that.
Okay.
5 guys up yet again. This is a Fnatic Rising T side that is just off to the races, full sprint, full speed, full steam ahead.
They could have. They know. I mean, the maps are not. I just feeling very good about Fnatic Rising. I think before this game starts, I'm thinking VP.Prodigy 2-0 because they got the Ancient last time, and they were such an impressive team the last time they played Fnatic Rising, and they showed that when things got really hairy, they would figure it out. They had ways to figure it out. But I just feel like Fnatic Rising, like Maui was saying on the desk, Regali, he had a day off. He could just deathmatch, play FPL all day instead of going to school, or going to work or whatever it was. So with him at full strength, and Keve, the analyst, figuring things out, I feel like very bullish on them right now.
Saracen will fall at the hands of Pepsor. So first real B hit we've seen from Fnatic Rising, and they're going to survive the test. Pepsor with the double kill. The save has to be contemplated.
Oh, man.
There are flankers as well for Fnatic Rising, this late mid play from Banjo. Rootfire's going to stay aware of it, but he loses the duel. So with his head taken off, 4v2, they need to walk away. That's a 4-1 lead, Fnatic Rising.
There's nothing better than getting an 8 take and winning the round on Ancient. You get that? You're like, I'm going to do an 8 take 2 times this half.
Yes.
And you win the first one? Oh my God. Nothing is going to feel better than that.
That's like a 16-0 right there.
Yeah, because this site is something that you can't even re-exec on. You need 3 smokes to take it, even with the expanded pant zones. Excuse me? The expanded plant zones. Why? Why did I say that? With the extra corner that you can plant in that is covered from donut, you still have to smoke it, though.
Yeah.
You still have to. So it still right now takes 3 smokes. They're using them. But that's over half your smoke. So you can't have a situation where you throw a normal site, you throw 2 smokes, and then things go awry. They counter flash, they delay, they molly, and you can re-smoke something. You can't even do that on this.
No.
You have to re-smoke 3 things. So that means that your entry, Pepsor, has to come through and get that first kill without getting traded. He doesn't get traded, then he can talk. Then the next guy who's in donut gets a kill. You need to answer back right away while those smokes are still up. And then you got to get the bomb down. It's a very scary site still.
Feels like it's so time sensitive whenever you're trying to hit that A site.
Yeah.
Time sensitive. Like life.
Yes.
Gotta keep the morale.
It's already October.
It is. It's already almost 2022.
Yep. It's always almost next year again.
Oh my God.
It's crazy.
Time flies like a CSGO ragdoll.
Ooh, and them ragdolls are flying.
More so now than ever.
There are some funny ragdoll clips out there right now.
Still waiting for the drain the spawn to come through, Mohan.
You hashtag drain the spawn. Soundbug's still in the game.
Get the water out.
Don't pretend it's not an issue.
Double M4, one already through middle, and because he's pushed so far, Cheerful, the 2 pistol players can actually start to hold off on the other side. Cheerful takes the head of Pepsor. Now, Cave is currently open. If Regali were to just walk through and chase this, he'd catch players deciding to go back. Instead, he's given enough time for Roofire to come in. But does Roofire need to peek this?
Yes.
Cheerful already did the job of killing a player in this exact same spot. Now, with Roofire dying, all he's done is force more pressure towards B.
Oh, look at they're just running away. They're running away from their issues, Connor.
I know how good that feels, but I know it's also not the right thing to do.
Well,
it's a temporary solution.
They do think it's going to be... Actually, maybe it is going to be B. It looked like maybe Fnatic Rising were going to lean off this pressure and go A, but maybe this was a nice mid-round from VP.Prodigy. Of course, it is all just a blind gamble where there might have been a small tell, but I'm sure nothing that serious.
Ooh,
but did they win
Caves.
anyways? Wow, how many bullets does he have in there?
Dude,
that was at least 26.
At least. He's got the extended mag. But Keve, at the same time, as that cave play goes south, has been doing a good job of carving out donut control. So this is a clean rotate for Banjo to come on and bring bomb. Maybe there's a player deep A, but Keve can't worry about that. He needs to just focus on the CT spawn, in my opinion. He needs to worry about the closer rotates, the more likely rotates. Because at this point, we've had the sneak up from Lomik. But I guess all things go well. Keve just gives the cover. CTs don't actually interrupt that bomb plant, and now his position is such an anchored spot. I don't know if Lomik's going to have called this possibility.
Oh my god.
And sure enough, he finds Zarison by surprise.
What if he let him walk by?
Oh, and Banjo kills Lomik on sight. And Cheerful, he's in mid, reveals his position. Keve,
never peek him, never peek him.
Done.
They can't do anything.
Really good job by Keve to go for like an emergency backup plan.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, just never hesitated.
Yeah.
You know, kept going forward, kept going forward.
Yep.
Focused in on making sure that Fnatic Rising could win this despite the play going poorly at B.
5-1. A huge part of this game is keeping options open without sacrificing, without thinning out your own attack too much, right? And I think they found that perfect balance here where they surveyed their options on both sides, and Keve just posted, waiting to catch rotators, so he was serving two purposes all at once. And that later contingency purpose decided it to rear its ugly head, and they were ready for that moment. So, okay, wow, with that one, I mean, that's just...
I have an opinion.
Go ahead.
My opinion is that Rufire peeking out from Cave after his teammate had already killed a player in that spot is the reason that they didn't have a guy on A to maybe catch Keve.
Dude, he has to peek.
But does he have to peek?
It's Rufire.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Again, like that was my asterisk on this map on Ancient.
If he doesn't peek, then who is he?
I don't know.
It's identity.
It's identity. Okay, I'll give him that much. But it's okay for it to go bad once. It's if it continues to go badly, that's why Fnatic Rising may win this game. That's my take. That's my opinion. Right now, he's doing a great job of killing players over towards the B site, where the bomb, of course, has already made its way up ramp. Resalt, they never saw that coming. This is an excellent play from Resalt. The Opera actually swings back with a second chance. There's a knife out, and Rufire steals that. Rufire steals that.
He actually had to swipe that. No, you don't get the money. He heard the op.
Dude.
He did not need to get that kill.
That was a guaranteed knife frag.
That was guaranteed.
Rufire just says,
really funny.
Mine. So much more pro. Oh, that was
wow.
cheeky.
You just peel back, see a leg, huh?
Yeah.
That's tough. That's brutal. These angles.
Nice job by Resalt. That's look how close he was.
Dude, he was ready.
If he had a Bowie knife, it would have been a little longer.
David Bowie?
Bowie? Bonanza.
I think it's Bowie, but I don't know. I don't know-y.
I don't know for sure. Fish. Anyways. Rufire goes towards cave, falls back. Lomik.
Uh-oh.
Spotted. And somewhat soft.
Oh, look at these flashes. Are so good from the T side. Everyone's just, oh, and Lomik's like, I'm still gonna chill here. He died last time sitting in the same box, and I feel like, you know, let's see if he clears it. Oh, the CT's doing good. Wow, this is actually nice disrespect from the CTs, huh?
To just stick around.
And they don't just have one person here, they have both, and they're fighting back. And those flashes were like, that's exactly why VP.Prodigy played so well against Fnatic last time, because Fnatic Rising have this plan. They're like, all right, we take mid control this way. This will scare off our opponents. Then we do this. Yep. And in their heads, they already skipped to the second part where their opponents respect what they're going to do. They don't think, oh, what if these protocols fail and they're still going to be there, then what do we do? They haven't gone that far down, right? And I think that's where their flaw is as a team. But at the same time, you know, they do have good protocols. Those flashes were strong. It's just that VP.Prodigy weren't scared.
No.
And you need them to be scared for those protocols to work.
Weren't intimidated enough. So 2 successful rounds, back-to-back for VP.Prodigy. Now we're starting to see a little character, a little charisma, a little pizzazz.
That's one of those weird rounds. That's a round that Fnatic Rising wouldn't do. I feel like that's what they wouldn't do.
Yeah, after they get flashed, they would have fallen back.
They would fall back and go do something else.
They would have made sure they set the crossfire. For VP.Prodigy, that felt like such a That's a Roofire influenced round, because if Roofire was one of those mid players, that's what he would have done. He would have stuck around for that gunfight.
Yeah.
He would have been standing in the middle of the open looking for the double.
Roofire, what should we do? He said, peek, my boys.
Play forward.
He said, don't come home without any kills.
Yeah.
Ain't no sitting at the table if you're bringing nothing to it. As they say, as Lil Wayne says.
What else does Lil Wayne say?
Wake up early in the morning, eat that blank like cold pizza.
Wise words.
Yep. Wise, best rapper alive.
Miss Molotov from the T side. They were trying to deter some kind of a jump up on middle. And it won't stop anything. Lomic's going to just go ahead and do what he pleases. But because of the utility from the CT is down on the B ramp, look how completely restrained Fnatic Rising were outside of those long doors. Even had their Molotov in middle hit, I think that boost up would have still had time to get into position before they could finally get outwards. Sometimes I feel like as the terrorist side on Ancient, when it comes to that B-long, like, counter utility play, you've got to just disrespect it. You've got to run through the fire. You got to put it out and get through it. You got to put it out and get through it. You got to push. You got to fight. You got to show your fangs and your talons and your claws. Because if you just keep your turtle head tucked in, man.
Man, you got a turtle that has fangs, talons, and claws.
Yeah.
That's quite a creature. That's a Tolkien monster right there.
Wait till it grows wings, man.
Oh, and wings.
Just wait. This is one of those rounds where Roofire's push goes well. Again, I criticized it a couple of rounds ago, so I'm going to praise it this time. Okay. He goes for that B peek after there's already been an initial clash, finds it open, full stack justified over on A, and with Fnatic Rising now making that contact at the top of middle, they've got to know that they've been read.
This one peek as well, at 30 seconds, that's too much. They make a huge rotation and a slow one over towards mid. This is going to be painfully obvious for them. Now,
CT's so ready.
They can go for a boost, which would be huge if they're able to take out Cheerful. Here's their moment. They actually take out some of the other support, but here it is. Zaracen is still alive inside the donuts, and he's gotten a couple of kills for himself.
Yeah, and in terms of utility, it's not there. This is not a possible plant in the previous bomb site. Bomb does go down, and Regali with the double op frag close. That is something. Zaracen, beautiful little play from one of those little tucked corners. There's so many of those little tucked corners inside of the temples.
Yes.
And the fact that he shuts down the donut split is great, but that boost was sick. You could see the setup from the CTs, right? First of all, we had the op back in temple waiting for the peek around the corner. We had the AUG behind the default box, also prepared for a peek. But the boost up, that served as the can opener.
And dude, when
that got the soup into the bowl.
The scoop in the bowl, yeah. Yeah, the Campbell's poured out nicely at there. So I was like looking at that boost, and I was like, well, Cheerful will certainly still see this, and he's going to probably peek right into temple, but I don't know if they're aware of that angle that's being held, but they just avoided it entirely.
Damn, man. Regali 4K.
I feel like if they knew Cheerful was there, then maybe they kind of try to swing into him a little bit because they probably had the advantage. But yeah, either way, it worked out so nice. So nicely. Yes, and Regali. Day off Regali. You know?
That's it.
Give this kid a day off. Look what happens.
Everybody frags better when they don't have distractions.
Yeah.
Cinematic experience.
Sometimes I frag my best when I'm hungover, actually.
Yeah.
You know, when your mind is dehydrated.
No, not me.
Oh, not you. Okay.
No. I frag my best after I've commentated a tournament of Counter-Strike. Oh. If I haven't played CS for 2 weeks, but I've been casting, and then I get to play.
Okay.
It's like watching these guys in the server. Just my brain gets so much bigger.
Dude, you learn. So I mean, you learn like all the stuff, all the timings. You're so much better at timing.
So many different positions as well.
Where I should hold something. Yeah, exactly.
But then once I've played for too long, my brain shrivels back up.
My problem is I keep forgetting the lineups for things that I see in games, and then I miss smokes worse than if I were to just like right-click jump throw like I normally do.
YPrac, folks.
Yeah.
The Ancient one was just released. Go check it. Steam Workshop. Get it in. Get your practice reps through.
Regali's dead, man.
Develop yourself as a person and a player.
He's dead.
Well, that's his problem, not ours.
Yeah. It's Fnatic Rising's cross to bear now, okay? Because without Regali, And they don't have the Roofire kill early on. Oh, and Roofire's there.
Dude, he's nasty.
He's a timing god. He's getting better at ancient timings now. Like, this he was a little awkward last time. Still always going to be a little awkward with him, but...
But like you said, it's an identity thing.
Oh.
It's what he does.
Yeah.
It's his style.
Yes.
And when you commit to your style,
Yes.
you can pull wild things out of the hat. KST needs to know that caves could be pushed, and sure enough, Resalt's on this angle. Resalt's the guy who died on the B site last time. And when he died on B site, everything unraveled. Resalt comes out from the corner, kills KST. That's the kill that changes the round, because if not, Bomb's able to push all the way into B with Banjo on that back line. Banjo still has just a little bit of time, but because he's going to play this cautious and Resalt can just stay back, it's done.
I'm a huge fan of Banjo. I think it's obviously really fair that, you know, Process is a much better player and whatever, more experience and stuff. But since we've just seen Banjo on the roster, I kind of get it. I kind of get it that, you know, maybe Fnatic Rising were better before because they had Process and he was more of an X factor and just very strong. But yeah, I think I see what they see in Banjo as well. I think he's actually done a pretty decent job as a uncertain spots. I think you know, the B-side Vertigo, I was seeing him do stuff that was like, that looks good. That looks really, you know, safe, reliable. He's hitting some nice shots. He was pretty clutch as well. So hopefully, I think Banjo, it's one of those problems of the shoes are just maybe too big to fill.
Clown shoes.
Yeah. Process has clown shoes, I guess. Clown size shoes, but not actually clown.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's not a clown.
Here we go. That's that disrespect I'm talking about. That's that aggression. You just gotta stampede into the utilities. You gotta get punched to throw punches. But I feel like Fnatic Rising kind of left with a bloodied lip. Roofire's on half health. They do have a good bit of control outside of this B site, but there's also so many CTs still around. Resalt tucked close cave. 2 players falling back from the CTs into the site itself, and whoa!
Yo, okay, Lamek. Okay, Lamek. Thought that was for cheerful.
Now Banjo and Pepsor are thinking about holding off on the arch, but Resalt, he's going to walk through the arch. He looks the wrong way. The player he was looking at had his back turned.
Le punish.
The player he didn't look at was focused on him.
Think he made noise?
I don't think so.
Didn't drop off anything?
Oh, you mean the one on the far left? Yes, yes, actually, that would have made sense, yes. Yes. Yes.
Yes!
Yes, he would have made sound. Launders your brain. It knows things. Now, remember last time we had this redirection from Fnatic Rising in their 2vX where Keve went through A site and he was really worried about the long A push, but nobody had gone that way? This isn't the case. This round, Zarison has gone through A main, and they're going to flag the play. Lamek's walking back to try and hold off on the cross, taking a much more aggressive angle, misses the flick on the player retreating into the temple. Excuse me, donut. But now Zarison's play. This should clear Banjo off green.
Kill, right?
Yeah, the green player's dead. Finished. Right there.
And they know it's a donut post plant, so
but again, those cubbies, man, those little tiny cutouts.
Those
the carved spots on the sides of these tunnels. Zarison's gonna peek into the 2.
Oh, that's too hard.
And they're ready for it.
That's too hard.
Dude.
That's too hard to deal with.
Fnatic Rising's mid to A is very nice stuff.
That's true. Yeah, that's a key like adjustment they make. That's huge. They're playing those donut post plants to perfection.
Those freaking cutouts, man. Such a strong, and not what's weird about them is not only is it like a little deeper,
elevation,
but it's also elevated.
Oh,
yeah,
it's so awkward.
You're trying to put your crosshair for the farther player. Dude,
can't find the head.
Look at this. He's like hiding with roots.
It's free. Yeah, roots are coming from the, you know, they got stalactites.
KST is a root vegetable in this instance.
Dude, and root vegetables we know are very powerful.
Like ginger.
And the boosts? No.
All right.
Got to appreciate that they've, you know, winning a man down is always a great feeling, and when they do it off of such a good tactic that they've repeated now twice, it's even better. And I think a big thing, I guess, here is they're avoiding Roofire in some of these strategies, and it's working out quite well. Well, yeah, I don't know. Did Lamek see him? It seems like it feels like it, but that's also his only crack, so. Well.
Oh, boost, boost, boost.
Oh my God.
You know Roofire swings this, right?
I'm actually shocked he didn't like get ready, but he's just
called out.
Yeah.
Called out. Molotov forces him away. Damage would have been heard by the terrorist as well, so they know that that was the right play to make. How can the CTs take this back? Well, Cheerful opping one mid would be great. So he will do exactly that. Regali peeks into his death. Flashbangs will now be used to push Cheerful away ever so slightly. Keve is going to be listening for rotates. But remember, Lomik was on high alert. Lomik's no longer holding it. It's Rufire's job. That MP9 not quite an M4. Pepsor plays front contact. Cheerful's already done a good job of taking one player off the play. But there it is. Rufire just caught in the open as the mid player starts to activate. It needs to be Cheerful because his teammates died. Banjo and KST with a frag apiece, and they've got this one locked in. Zarison, Deagle into the spawn of his own, and he grabs that AK. Now, he doesn't have a kit, doesn't have any utility, so it's just going to have to be frags, and they're going to have to come fast. Banjo gets out of Temple and tucks in the close brokey corner. KST also tagged up, don't forget, but further back. So these are two separate 1v1s, and he gets the headshot to kick it off.
He knows.
All he needs is one more frag for this 1v3, but again, time is becoming his biggest issue. He's going to go and tap it, gets the peek out, but he doesn't find the timing. KST gets over fast enough, and he wasn't ready for the right to left peek. He was expecting the left to right, gets sipped up, zoopity-doop-dopped, and man dead. It's Fnatic Rising for an 8th round win.
It's a perfectly played clutch, but no kit there, and obviously no second kill. That was also a very nice kill. He told me angle well too. NT, this is a spot where I was like, man, Rufire kind of see the shooting. Maybe he should try to, like, I don't know, peek with his teammate there, but that was a little bit, that was strange. Just like left, he just went back. And Fnatic Rising, grab another. They got another one.
It felt very un-Rufire.
Yeah, dude. He's been listening to your commentary too much.
Oh,
He's lost his edge now.
Rufire, you must be your own man. Be your own boss. You are the boss. Oh my god, dude. We got CTs, MP9, smoke grenades all over the place, Pepsor in the frantic fray, in the frying pan. Trying not to get sizzled.
Oh, man.
Resalt.
Oh, they spotted him?
Yeah. Good eyes from Banjo. Good spray. Gets there. 5 versus 3 situation. I would love everybody to be reminded as well, this is the most CT-sided map statistically in the competitive map pool, and we are staring a 9th terrorist round win in the face for Fnatic Rising.
That's a good point.
So this needs to be cemented. Like, this is a far and improved performance from what we last got between these two teams. Cheerful's Deagle down middle dies. It's all on Rufire versus 4, and he goes down. So, yes, sure enough, 9th taken and double digits likely.
Dude, I mean, the way that they were effortlessly stealing away mid, the way that they're able to avoid Rufire, that even Rufire's having some impact, they still kill him once in a while or just avoid him entirely, and then come away with this many rounds. I mean, the way you said it, it just puts it beautifully. Like, this is a map that most people do not get 9 rounds on T side on, and Fnatic Rising look like they're going to just win out. And again, I would say, like, per odds, VP.Prodigy probably the favorite coming into the series because of what we saw last time, if even only slightly.
Mm-hmm.
But the work is showing here for Fnatic Rising.
So is the warm-up, the individual form.
Yep.
Regali currently 12 and 8 as well, so our analyst called for him to step up, and so far he's delivered. Rufire.
Such a nice call. And look at this kiss. He's perfect on the timing to catch the flank.
Yep. He's got it.
He's holding this angle very, very... It's very sharp. I don't know. Oh, it's going to come out. Is he going to clear this? Okay.
Yeah, he needs to. And he does so. Dual Berettas for Zarison. Deagle's still on the play. CT's starting to show their hand, and they're already all wrapped upon. One player does get out to the bomb site. That was Lomik to try and create a bit of a ruckus, but it's only Cheerful successful in this one in terms of the retake kills. So, as expected, because they bought out last round and didn't have anything for this one, VP.Prodigy forego a 10th T round, Fnatic Rising. Their final buy of the CT side to at least try to have the round wins of Fnatic. Who else is performing well tonight? KST, he's been cementing himself up there for Fnatic Rising. He's also sitting at 12 kills.
He's kind of like, he's been really good on the, kind of has a Yuri vibe. Like, the really hard to trade, good for the 2 kills, super sharp on that first one, just melts him down. Never overreacts, moves kind of patiently. Yeah, he's just outputting a lot of damage every round, which is just what you need.
I feel like if Regali's going to have a good night and KST can be that consistent piece, this is like Monacy and Onkir. You know, these are the two fraggers who are going to make you win. They are going to drag your opponents down, no matter what. And it's up to somebody else for VP.Prodigy to step up to that plate, step up to that caliber. Cheerful's been doing a good job with like these occasional op kills, but not like what you've compared.
He wasn't taking over like the other series.
Yeah, exactly.
But well, I'm sure he will at some point. But right now, we just got to stand in awe at this Fnatic Rising game plan.
It's worked out wonderfully. Final piece of the puzzle for their T-half before switching over. Regali on the passive op angle, so if Resalt tries to change spots, then he's a dead man walking. Sorry, bud. Ooh, but he jiggles it. He's been given the warning shot. Now, Resalt, just without a flashbang, dude, you're stuck here. You're not allowed to move for the rest of the round. You wait.
It's an all right spot to be. They have room for the rotations to come in, and Cave is a pressure point here. If they lose Cave, I mean, this gets very, very sketchy, but just because they're playing it quite passively right now, some flashes are going to come in. They're looking for this trade, but it's the op frag from Cheerful to take the edge off. So they can fall back a little bit. They're going to double up on V2. Positions to get smoked out, but Regali answers back.
That's right.
He still gets it. Okay.
Now, all of a sudden, this entire attack is coming from one direction. So Roofire going to stay tucked, peeks out wide, gets himself 2 kills on the play, and eventually it does get shut down. So Cheerful, good op pick to begin. And then when he does get served back some revenge in the back lane, I mean, that push from Lamek into the caves, that was a snapshot and a half for him to clear the player close corner. Looked like he was a dead man.
It could have come down to that one.
And then at least if it had not gone his way, you know, Fnatic Rising are able to properly split into the bomb site. Roofire doesn't just get 2 players with their backs turned, but that kill inside of the cave to me really made the difference. So VP will take a fifth CT round win. But let's see their T side, because that's where they're going to have to make the most improvements.
Oh, is Golden coaching? Was he coaching in the last game too?
I don't know if I've seen him in the server, but I saw him at the LAN, so I'm going to assume he's been coaching the whole time.
That's awesome. Well, it shows. It shows. Between him and Keve, the team it's Fnatic evolving. Rising is a fine word too. So they've left VP.Prodigy scratching their heads. How are we going to come out of this one? We got to win 11 rounds on T side. We're going to need Roofire. We're going to need a new fire. You know,
a new fire.
He's got to go to another dimension. He's got to go to dark place here. He's going to go to the darkest place.
And come back a bigger man.
Come back powerful. Some crazy ideas.
We've got a different backdrop tonight. Roses and zebra print. I like it, Resalt. I like it.
Yeah. Always in the bunk bed fort.
It's where he powers up his levels.
What is that?
It's powering up. You're already much stronger than me. Everybody starts somewhere. To listen into here for second pistol, they've got to be feeling good.
Nothing.
Nothing B.
Gonna go temple, guys.
Flash.
Nice.
It clears them.
One flash.
I'm watching A.
I'm watching Layla.
Pepe, you're muted.
Can they be Layla from B?
No. No, they can. Pepe, you're muted, I think.
Oh yeah, I was muted.
I don't see anyone banana.
I will hide the...
I'm going temple. I'm leaving.
Can they go con?
I'm spotting cave.
No, they couldn't.
Okay.
Now
I'm
they
watching.
can.
Yeah. I think you should just retake A still. Like, be ready for mid now. Like, we don't have anything mid. They can be close everywhere. Yeah, just play for info.
There was one guy B before who threw a flash.
I'm hiding temple. I'm watching the crossbeat box.
One banana.
Smoke short.
Yeah, I'm flashing in front of you. Flashing pillar. I'm gonna leave window. Boom.
Tight. One more.
Nice.
Tight.
Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Well, nice.
You know, what they say. Every great comeback starts with a pistol.
Yeah,
Oops.
they do say that. You're not supposed to say it. It's too cliche.
Oops.
That pistol not going the way of VP.Prodigy. In fact, it's not just not going their way. It never looked like it could have. Right from the get-go, we get this cave push and 2 immediate kills. What's the fallback plan? 3 guys up ramp. What's the fallback plan after that? Maybe force buy in the next one, because you didn't even get a bomb plant. You got nothing, and they won't force either. So what's the fallback of the fallback of the fallback? Save for round 3 of your T side, come in with a nice buy, and just have to bite the bullet here in the 17th. Glocks towards mid, good luck.
Tough. They got to do the impossible stage in this one. That smoke hits none of the 5 players that walk through. So...
Oh man, that's money
this
being made.
That
just
is such
printing
oh,
cash.
Man, they actually were just printing there. They're living a high life now. That's how much money is that?
A lot.
Is it 900 per kill? 600 per
600.
kill?
600 times
30,
5?
3,000.
3,000 schmackers. 3,000 schmeckles. 3,000 bucks.
Don't sleep on that, you know? Everybody, and that's split up too, so everyone can get their nades, armor, leftover money. You know? Gold chain money, jet ski money.
Made so much money they could drop nades and spawn.
Wow.
Because that's a thing now.
5 nade money. 25 nade money.
6 nade money. No 5 nade money. There are 5 types of grenades. Lomic, Zarison, Lomic again. Okay, a little bit of life. Where did this come from? MP9's just peeking out, I suppose, right? Very passive setup from VP.Prodigy outside A, watching both the mid push and the A main push. I feel like a play like that, maybe Fnatic Rising are hoping to find 1 or 2 players outside of long A.
They just didn't have...
The fact that they peeked into 4 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just decided, okay, if it's going to be a B play, we're going to smoke them because we got 2 big flanks coming out. We found out it's not A early, and then we win the bonus round. But instead they push the wrong place. They get caught up in the default. A nice win here for VP.Prodigy, especially it being clean. But there's still quite a bit of money here for Fnatic Rising, including an op that gets purchased up. Oh man, if the problems weren't stacking higher already, now there's going to be an AWP in play. And it's going to go on Regali. 18 and 11 Regali. 3K when they need him, Regali. Day off Regali. Call him Royal Regali. It's like Regal.
Regali in Regalia.
Wow. Don't shoot at Pepsor.
No, he's
He'll
going to
shoot you back.
I feel like VP.Prodigy were looking for some kind of a CT aggression at the start of this. They were hoping that it would go similarly to the last round where the counter-terrorists would maybe offer them the opening.
And then Pepsor Raider just triangulated their coordinates.
Yeah. You know, last round, Fnatic Rising kind of lowered the drawbridge so that their troops could push out. This time, VP.Prodigy standing on the other side of the moat thinking, you going to let us in again? Or do we have to climb the walls of Isengard?
Friggin' nerd.
Fallback position from VP.Prodigy, going to hit this B site. Jiggle, 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 but no contact. Banjo burned back, Regali by his side. That op wants to stay posted, but gets smoked out. So they've given themselves a good chance to split into this with nobody back site. There's actually a good likelihood that the bomb can be planted.
Look how good they're. I mean, they just know what they're gonna do next. Every single time they're there to spot. Oh, Banjo lines up the spray through the smoke as well.
Well done.
And oh, they're getting flanked here. They're getting flanked. Did Result already take a shot?
Yeah, he got a kill. Rufire's gonna at that same time within the chaos being made by Result. Rufire thrives. Oh my God, Banjo, a second kill this round through the smoke. They should know where Rufire's at. He's killed somebody from here already. Keve tapping the bomb. Rufire peeks into this and gets just the one. One frag in the 1v3 is not too bad. But if it didn't come down to Banjo spamming through smoke grenades, then there would have been more terrorists to try and hold off that bomb.
But you know, that's actually a big part of this site right now because it's so open to being sprayed.
Vertigo-esque. Yeah,
Vertigo-esque with that. Whenever you're smoked out of V, it doesn't matter. You actually need a molly behind it because that's like, you can stop, you can shoot a plant, you can shoot people crossing. The site is very small, and that the angle actually can look at almost every single thing. The only thing it doesn't really cover is the default pillar that, you know, if you plant on the opposite side of it, you're facing the wood wall. But you can't really plant there because you're still open in front of you to CT, you know, on the side. So it's a very, very powerful position to be in. And you can see that fnatic Rising, we're not planning to give up anybody. They said we're going to rotate here. I'm going to take this spam. Maybe hit some we don't. We're going to get ready for the retake. And VP, credit to them. They find like a lurk. That almost
good.
looks good. My God.
Nice lineup.
That was a headshot.
Oof, so are those.
Oh, Jesus.
Lamik gets killed as he tries to run into the B site.
This is a lot of progress, but look at that counter flash.
Yeah.
Oh, what a beautiful flash from Magali.
As he was rotating around.
Oh, they're still going.
Not to mention,
you don't get V control.
Nope, not for free.
Oh, no plant?
Cave was never in the hands of VP.Prodigy this round, so they're going to need to find a post plant elsewhere. They decide to go for the back lane. 3 CTs to move up.
Ooh, a little booski.
Yeah, looking for it. They find one, but then they eat the flash, and Regali, well, not able to get both, in fact. Oh, Cheerful! A second kill. As KST tries to come out a little bit later than his initial teammate, Cheerful now down for the count, and Roofire right thereafter. There was definitely a chance to hang on despite the double man disadvantage, but
Dude.
fnatic Rising, just sheer numbers, right? Too many numbers and too many positions to come from.
Did they drop flashbangs in CT spawn? I wonder if they did, because those flashbangs, they just kept coming. Even in that later portion there.
Possibly,
I don't know if they had done that, but that was big. I mean, all these flashbangs that kept coming out helped them trade constantly, and it was clearly what VP.Prodigy wanted to attack first. They got on that site fast. They're like, all right, we lost a player, but we can go ahead and get some positional compensation, get back lanes fast. Nope. Flashbang, 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 flashbang. Boom, here we are, 14-6. 39 flashbangs later. Like in Pepsor this map, doing really good stuff.
Ooh, nice. 30 damage nade. You take those. Oh. Banjo sees him. Oh. Roofire down to 36. Another frag grenade behind him. That's just going to chip his armor. And then a Molotov.
Said, get out of here.
Dude, Roofire's getting attacked from all directions. Luckily for him, he was born in the chaos.
Oh, that's tricky. That's tricky.
And that's where he thrives.
You're like,
Roofire's watching it. Banjo's trying to get as close to it as he possibly can without actually walking into this line of sight. Banjo with Keve towards middle, trying to pincer onto this top shelf, but Molotov forcing him back. Maybe Pepsor going down ramp can really cement this one for fnatic Rising. He's not pushing alone. Regali's right there with him, op in hand, and there, good cover. Pepsor even getting a second kill versus Roofire. Cheerful still sticks around here, though, as a player gets into the A site. But I want to turn your attention to the radar because Bomb is in T-spawn. So these are awkward 1v1s going down all over the map that ultimately don't lead us anywhere. It's just a chaotic round. And very little time for this one to be saved. Cheerful maybe bail them out if he just picks it up and sprints to the A site.
dude, you know, fnatic Rising, they've done good stuff. They've had some problems here and there, but dude, are they getting better and better? And this is such an incredible map so far. But Cheerful, we know about him. He's a problem.
Yep.
And in the 1v2, you know, he's very smart in the clutch. I'm going to give him 50% odds on this. You know,
right.
With this much space in a 1v2, I feel like Cheerful oftentimes makes a very, very smart, unlikely decision. So we'll see what happens. They're pretty close together. Oh, and they end up both retaking from that same spot. I think he was sort of hoping, you know what I think he was sort of hoping? That they were going to come from Donut. And then I think he's going to go like walk around or something because he doesn't plan for himself here.
Yeah. Would have been able to tuck into the CT spawn, could have come back from Temple, could have maybe even just caught off one player, right? Even if one guy goes Donut, I'm sure he's just hoping for the individual duel. Either way, it's not meant to be for VP. fnatic Rising take their 15th off of the back of that one, and this CT side seems very comfortable to go for retakes as much as they are, you know, going for some opening bouts of aggression. Definitely way less of an aggressive CT side than what we saw from VP.Prodigy. When VP were here, we saw definitely more commitments to them jumping up on shelf, for example. I haven't seen fnatic Rising go down from middle onto that shelf, trying to temper or tamper rather, with the T-spawn setups. They just let their opponents come to them. You have to note a little bit of cave presence from time to time, but...
And Vertigo will not be free. Vertigo will not be free this time around. This is a statement.
Yes, it is. And speaking of statements, let's hear what Fnatic Rising have to say for themselves as they look to close out map 1.
Team speaking of statements.
Come.
Wait, what?
Oh, not you, not you. Come.
Okay.
One flash to get
They
an
smoke,
elo baiting.
yeah. I
I'll
don't
play
hear
from
me.
triple.
Yeah,
I
smoke
didn't hear
mid.
anything neither.
I cannot flash Layla for you this round.
Can they be
Flash
con?
mid. Yeah, can
Oh,
be out
they-
mid. Can you flash mid? Flash mid.
I can't.
They are
I can,
out.
I can.
Close con, close
Flashing.
con. Window.
I'm gonna push B.
Window, four window.
I'm leaving.
They're doing D2 split.
Playing CT.
They wanna do GT.
I smoke on.
CT.
It's a shit smoke.
A lurker, A lurk. One under Lila.
CT.
Nice.
Can you
He's
check
in
CT?
temple. Yeah.
Maybe in temple.
No, he can't check. You're on your own.
I don't see him yet.
Out temple. And
That's right. That's right.
Well, they say a wounded animal is more dangerous than anything else, and I feel like feeling the pressure of this 15 round on the board for Fnatic Rising, VP.Prodigy go with the all-in top mid. 3 players charging through the red room, charging to the A site, taking what they wanted.
Yes.
Mr. Mohan.
You got to grab life by the horns. People aren't going to hand you these rounds.
No, sir.
So that's the thing about VP.Prodigy. I don't think I saw them rush mid like that a single time the first time they played against Fnatic Rising on this map, but leave it to VP.Prodigy to just try something new because I feel like it's the thing they should try. And yeah, now we've got Fnatic Rising just on like the most destitute buy you could possibly fathom, but there's still so many rounds here for Fnatic to work with that they can actually have fun and play with no pressure.
Wait,
They should set up the... Oh my god, are they going to set up a...
you want them to have fun?
Yes.
Playing Counter-Strike?
Right.
Regali's Deagle opens up. That's got to feel good. The roof fire off the top shelf and result on the opposite side. The CTs get their opening kill, but then they just get shredded for the most part. KST making that one look more doable than it ever should have looked. So an 8th round for VP.Prodigy. Again, a reward for the fact that they just played intensively the round prior. Straight to the top mid, straight to the point. You know, there's a lot of time wasted in Counter-Strike when you're flanking, setting up smokes. Sometimes you just gotta get to the damn point. Win the round. And VP.Prodigy trying to win 7 more in order to push this one into overtime. Guys can't forget as well, their last matchup that had the same 3 maps as tonight's series, Ancient was the closest map between the 3.
Oh, it was so competitive back then. But Golden's brain is pulsing. Keve's brain is pulsing.
And Regali had his day off.
And Regali got the deathmatch.
Turns out if you can warm up before your game, you play a little better. Ooh, roof fire.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Oh, Rootfire said, I know how everyone plays in these caves.
Yeah.
These are my caves.
Zarison trying to keep eyes on it.
Oh, is he going to... Wow, Regali's just willing to phase this. And they're both kind of signing up for the same engagement. And this can come down to who moves first.
What?
Wow. Yeah, he was... The thing was that Zarison was outside of it. Sometimes it's an okay idea, but...
Still fast
I think
snap.
Regali was, ready inside of it. Give him a little extra second. Give him a couple more frames to find Zarison there.
Now all of a sudden, VP.Prodigy, this is it. This is all you got. You're going to trade some grenades and hit this B site. We already have Fnatic Rising leaning in this direction. They've got 2 players ready for the top mid push. They're going to allow them to have ramp for the most part.
Yeah.
Pepsor, make sure you look the right direction, buddy.
The Op is there. Op is there for his swing as well. He's got to be careful.
Result's already out. Good flashbang.
Oh, the flash
that
helped
blinded
him back.
3 players. 3 players just ate that, but Lamek and Cheerful start to carve out a bit of success for VP.Prodigy. KST's going to be peeked upon. He hits his headshot, but it's 3 health that makes the difference for Cheerful.
He can literally spam them.
They're still not planting.
Yeah, and
4 seconds. Now this has to go down. He's gonna just jump right outwards and okay then. Cheerful. What? Just jumps out. Madman.
Yeah, but or sit behind a smoke for 15 seconds.
Well, you know that's what I do.
You do that, even if they know you're there. You just do that.
Yeah, I gotta wait.
And
it's like a red light. The smoke grenade's a red light. You gotta wait.
No. It's a yellow light. You gotta speed up.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I just thought that maybe, Rufire was trying to plant the bomb in the open. I feel like, in hindsight, if he watches this back, dude, just trying to spam that smoke, he could have gotten the kill.
Yes.
Could have won the round.
Quite close.
Incredibly so. So, VP.Prodigy, props to the T side. That's at least giving us a little bit more to talk about than their defensive half. An extra layer of fun.
Okay.
Regali playing with no chains, no holds back. Molotov's into the temple to try and force him out of position, but
Molly doesn't even go deep, actually.
no, look, he's actually still got his spot. He can't go into the peak, but there are 2 players. Donut.
Oh, he hit him with the
M4 damage, 25 HP, and that's going to prime him.
Right into him.
It's a headshot on
AK
top
delivery.
of it. 2 weapons for the retake in the 4 versus 2. Don't tell me this is how it falls apart. Cheerful, at least the 1, but now they're starting to swarm to his left, and the Tech-9 just can't hit more than 1 head.
Goddamn.
A 16th for fnatic Rising, 9 to the way of VP.Prodigy. An attempt on their T side, but an attempt is not good enough, Mohan.
Yes.
They fall short in the opening map.
Because they needed Ancient. Vertigo will not be free this time, considering how much fnatic Rising have already shown they've improved since the last time they played. This series has gone to a new level, and for fnatic Rising, they seem to be the team to maybe be the most improved game by game. This is very exciting stuff to watch.
Very much so. Let's go ahead and throw this back to the desk. I'm very curious to see what Pimp makes of this opening map.
Thank you very much, Scrawny and Lawn. I guess it doesn't matter what me and Mary think. Pimp, just over to you, mate.
Good game of Counter-Strike, and I agree. One single point I think Scrawny said right there is that fnatic Rising may be the most improved team game by game, because I will say that we came into this one thinking VP.Prodigy has been the team who's made the most strides in order to get better. But when I think of it, fnatic Rising started out super slow, and he's probably right. They're getting better and better and better. Yeah. Maybe we get to see the magic of Kevin, getting to play the guys more together, I would say, and make a little bit more synergy happening on the server. We also did talk about Benjo coming into this one, and I think they had 1-2 practice days with him.
Right.
Now they get more. They get more game under his belt. They get more time to practice, and all of a sudden, fnatic Rising in this game looked like by far the better team.
Yes.
Yeah. It was a cosmetic comeback from VP.Prodigy. This could have been a 16-7 blowout, and at that point, you have to consider fnatic Rising once again the favorites.
Yeah, it really did feel like the rounds that even VP put together were kind of high variance ones that were just pushing towards mid, just looking for fights really quickly, and if it goes their way, then great. But in terms of rounds that slowed down, fnatic had VP's number in this one. And one guy that we have to bring up who played better this time was Regali. Weekend Regali, it's a different guy.
They need to find a way to get Weekend Regali all the time,
yes.
right? But like we said, school time obviously needs to come first, needs to make sure he's in a good spot for it. But I will say that T side, right? Even though the map changes have come in, I wouldn't say it's going to be heavily. I still say it's CT favored, right, coming into it. And yet this T side was called so perfectly here from Kevin.
Yeah, I agree. It was good spacing, good trading. We see a great example right here that they always try to stay close to each other, especially on a map like Ancient. You don't want to be in a position where you can't trade your frags. You don't want to be in a position where you have to go for a 1-versus-1 duel, and if you lose it, especially against the stronger CT side, your mates can't trade frag you. Your mates can't do anything about it. So I think the spacing and the way they sort of spread out all over the map was well done by fnatic Rising. The map changes, of course, with the areas where you can now plant the bomb, but a little bit more safe and a little bit more versatile, I would say. Also did help them out in a couple of situations on the B bomb side. And overall, it was a very dominant first half from fnatic Rising. I do feel I tend to agree with you, Maui, in the sense that whenever VP.Prodigy won a round, it wasn't really based off, some great idea, some great master plan that sort of like would change the dynamic of the game. It was more so the individual plays we saw once in a while pop up. So they still have skill on the server, but in terms of like pure game plan, fnatic Rising were miles ahead.
Yeah. Basically, the thing you could be proud about for VP.Prodigy was sometimes, I think it was Result and Lamek were pushing towards middle a lot, and it was varied success for them. But you could see that in terms of, like you said, Pimp, the trading, the spacing. I like the A execs that were actually coming out from fnatic Rising here. They threw a couple fast plays towards A, and old Ancient, like, you couldn't do that. You couldn't get, because you could take the site, but you really had nowhere to plant once you had the site. And fnatic Rising, they were able to use that expanded bomb site plant zone to the fullest effect. And yeah, looking at the scoreboard here, it really is apparent that Regali is much better when he doesn't have school on the same day as his matches. Like, on the other side, though, the guy we highlighted for VP.Prodigy is still delivering cheerful. Like, this guy is actually playing incredibly consistently here. It's a shame that they didn't pull off the victory, because we've been singing his praises ever since Season 2 started. But this is a game where, once again, he showed that he really does belong in terms of being on this team, or maybe as a prospect for the future.
And that's what it's all about, right? That's the enjoyment we get to have by looking at these players for the Academy League side of things. But I will say, right, okay, Regali had this performance now, looking good. Obviously, it's not something they've been able to rely on overall, but would you say that, given this was still Fnatic's map pick, do you look at VP's loss here in a bad way because of the scoreline, or would you just take it and say, okay, look, they lost it, they tried to fight back a little bit at the end, but now they've got to be really consistent and come in harder when it comes to Vertigo?
Yeah, I will say it's a little bit worrisome for VP.Prodigy, the fashion they lose in. Had the game been close, had it been competitive, had it been two teams who were duking it out, and it was a couple of clutches or a couple of key scenarios that would decide the game, you'd be all right. This was Fnatic Rising's pick. Regali playing the best series of the best game of the tournament so far for them, so it makes sense. But it is worrisome that they lose in such a fashion. As I said, yes, they got a couple of cosmetic rounds. It could have been a 16-7, 16-8, and at that point, there's a long way to go from losing 16-8 to all of a sudden winning a very competitive Vertigo map that is coming up. That being said, though, I think VP.Prodigy, I still want to hold on to this, because the game we saw against Mouse NXT on Vertigo was so well played from VP.Prodigy. So they still should feel some sort of confidence coming into the second map. But of course, losing like this in this fashion, never fun.
The one thing I'll say, though, when it comes to VP.Prodigy, they are a team that we saw even from the first season that can just deal with a map loss and then bounce straight back, right? They can still fight back at any point within this. They can come through very strong. But looking at this, they've got a lot of Vertigo under their belt, and look what happened last time around these two teams played.
Yeah, I mean, VP.Prodigy showed in that last game that they were the better Vertigo team, and they proved that that wasn't even a fluke in terms of the way that they played so closely against Mao's NXT. You see the win rates there, and I would argue to say that doesn't even tell the full picture, because VP.Prodigy, despite the fact that they have a 44% win rate on Vertigo, they're playing against a lot of competition, which is better than Academy League teams. They're playing in a ton of qualifiers and such. So the stats actually, in terms of that, make me think that it's a 1% chance difference or 1% win rate difference, but I think that VP's percentages they're weighted much more heavily. Like, those mean so much more.
And this is the thing, right? You can say some of these teams, they're just playing up against the Academy Leagues, maybe not playing as active outside of it. And when you look at a team like VP, the fact they are trying and they are trying to learn that way, it's like trial by fire. You go up against the heavy hitters, you come into this and you think, okay, look, I can handle it.
There's a lot of learning experiences in those games, and it's cheesy to say, but whenever you lose a game of Counter-Strike, there's always more to learn than when you're winning a game of Counter-Strike. You'll always be more critical. You always be, oh, we should have won this round. Oh, we should have made this call instead. We need a little bit more communication in this 3 versus 3 scenario. So you are a little bit more critical towards yourself. So the more you lose, while still improving, the better. Of course, if you keep losing and just get your confidence shattered all the time, that's not a good thing. And some teams, they die by that. I've been in one myself where we just couldn't win practice games, and we didn't even get to play tournaments because we just didn't have any confidence whatsoever. That's not the case for VP.Prodigy. I think they are getting better game by game, and I fully agree with you. What we've seen from them on Vertigo so far, it's going to take Fnatic Rising to play their best game at this season if they want to beat them now.
And can they do it now Regali is in action and looking hot? Because you guys said about it, he's been the missing piece. If he comes in now, can we say that Fnatic may be in a chance for 2-0 despite us all going for VP?
There's definitely a world where this is a 2-0 now in terms of being Fnatic favored. In terms of how much they improved Ancient from the last time that they played against each other, you should think that there's a possibility that they can do the same thing on Vertigo too. So, I mean, if anything, like if there's any person that can also just put together a better game plan, it's probably Keve in terms of in-game leaders here. I mean, the fact that he's been putting together game plans for the main Fnatic roster, like this is the guy you're looking towards in order to try to carry you and try to elevate all of your players and make sure that Regali is going to find success, you know, through himself, but also through the system that Keve develops, whether that's more A ramp pressure, making sure that VP just don't have all the space that they did last time. Like everything that VP did last time looked really effective. Like there weren't too many weaknesses, and so Keve's got to have to find a hole somewhere.
Were they still playing quite in that lurk role where they were just catching teams off guard? Because that was kind of a key point they managed to do a lot of time on Vertigo from Season 1.
A little bit. I would like to see them be more proactive. I'd like to see them be more demanding in the game and actually taking charge of the tempo of the game. I think the missing piece is Regali. He can disturb the way Virtus.Pro is playing. He can disturb the way that they want to set up that T side as well and their offense as well. If Regali can be this annoying guy who can go for a peek towards A ramp, who can go towards the B bomb side fnatic as well, who can hold middle a couple of rounds, be versatile, be all over the map, then I think VP.Prodigy could be in trouble on that T side.
Yeah.
Then again, we saw a lot of B executes coming out of VP.Prodigy against Mouse NXT. We saw a lot of A plays as well, and Cheerful was playing fantastic as well in that game. So
yes.
I feel we've seen enough from VP.Prodigy to say that they should be favored right here, but I agree. Regali playing at the level he was playing at in Season 1, he can take down pretty much anyone besides Monacy in this game, so why not?
Besides Monacy, he's always the factor we got to talk about. But guys, let's see what happens on Vertigo. We're going into our second map. Fnatic looking for the 2-0. But is it going to be possible? Is Regali going to be enough? We're going to find out soon. Scorny and Launders, it's time for you guys to shine.
Thanks, James. I like to shine like a star, like a brick of gold.
A
what else
brick
shine?
of gold.
Yeah, money. Makes the world go round, you know.
That's true.
Also helps you buy in Counter-Strike. That's why it's the most important. It's the economy.
Do you think about how expensive grenades are? $200 for a flashbang?
I would happily pay $300
I could have
for
done
a
a
frag
case
grenade.
opening.
If I could find a frag grenade on sale for $300, I'd buy it right now.
Actually?
Right now, tomorrow.
I don't know. I don't know anything about 10,000 hours in Counter-Strike. I don't know anything about utility weapon in real life. I don't know where any of this stuff comes from.
I just heard Maui in the background say that a frag grenade costs about $80. So if you have $80 and you live in America,
what are you, like, foaming at the mouth or something?
I mean, I can't buy them where I live, but if I could,
you guys gonna play Daisy in real life
and gotta practice your lineups. You know what I mean? So we jump into Vertigo, and what I want to see first and foremost is how Fnatic Rising are going to approach A site, both on CT side, both on T side. That to me was like the pain point when we watched them last play VP.Prodigy, and seeing as they made these stark improvements on Ancient, I have high hopes for them. Seeing how the individual players are playing sharper tonight, I have hopes for them. This is still their chance to finish this 2-0. If it goes to Overpass, I think Fnatic Rising win anyways, because I mean,
they stomped
him, man. They stomped him. Like this VP.Prodigy.
Dude, Fnatic are sponsored by Jack Links. That's awesome.
Jack Links
like
jerky.
Beef jerky, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Teriyaki is my favorite flavor.
Healthy snack.
Yeah. Jack Links teriyaki jerky.
That's great. It's good for those long BO3s.
Yeah.
Fnatic Rising, I think they can do it, man. I think Regali, day off Regali.
You think so?
Plus Keve's pulsating brain and Golden's pulsating brain, all that IQ. Well, I think they can figure out this A ramp problem that they had. No more flash retakes on the A ramp. That's what I don't want to see anymore. VP.Prodigy were the better team on Vertigo last time. I'm going to put it that plainly. But Fnatic Rising are better than they've ever been.
It's up to them to prove it. It's up to them to show us what's up. Right now, it's grenades from VP.Prodigy, who begin this second map on the T side. We get a little bit of a crossover towards short. We're going to get a 5v5 retake situation. It's looking likely. No way to stop that bomb. So sure enough, here we go. We got the double nades from VP.Prodigy, so they're going to try to time those either to kill a diffuser inside of a smoke or to just try and mess up this CT retake attempt. They're still holding on to them. Both the players actually have them in their hands. They just threw them out, and boom, there it is. Regali taken down by Resalt and Refires. Utility usage, Banjo, Pepsor, kills coming through. Falls onto Resalt, but that Banjo B to A flank, that's 3 kills. 3 kills in the pistol round from the B flank alone.
That was an amazing retake, okay? That was one player playing anti-flash, waiting for that flash to come in. Man, Fnatic Rising's retakes are always so scary and exciting, and I think at this level they're working in particularly well because I think most teams are not organizing the retakes to this degree, right?
Okay.
To do this at this level, and
Okay.
Fnatic Rising are just so comfortable. They keep trying it, and I swear they win all their damn pistol rounds.
It does feel that way.
They win so many pistol rounds. They won the second half pistol round. Did they win both pistol rounds on Ancient as well?
Trying to think.
They won like 900 pistol rounds so far this tournament.
I think they did, and then they lost the fourth.
These guys are insane at pistol rounds. Nobody else is trying the retakes like them.
Pistola.
But they also know just as well, don't try those retakes every single round.
You can't.
And here it is. They're peeking. They're peeking, but they only have 2 actively. I think really, like, you know, 3 is welcome for taking a ramp control. It can get really sketchy sometimes.
Falling back already. Cheerful. Gonna go for the short A smoke from T-Spawn by the looks of it.
Art smoke.
Art smoke.
Yeah.
Well, I throw it too, so why can't it be my smoke?
Because you learned it from Art.
Oh. That's fair. Flashbang. And an opening kill. Pepsor just kind of playing out in the open here. Was all the way back on the shelf, got gunned down by multiple bodies. 40 seconds left to spare here for VP.Prodigy, and the utility starts to come out from Keve. He is 1 bullet away from death, may I add. 11 HP, not ideal for an A-site hold versus an entire team of VP.Prodigy players. They still have a Molotov and double smoke, but because the terrorists have played this quietly for this long, Fnatic Rising give up the site.
Yeah, I don't think they have a chance to win this. This is what they should be worried about trying to do. But they have 3 MP9s, so they're not winning. They're not winning this retake. Number 1, number 2, they're down a player already, and there's utility here, but it hasn't come out on the plant, so it's a little bit late. This is more than ambitious to say the least. But look at the close positions that VP.Prodigy are playing. So maybe with a bit of luck, they can actually find these two first frags and then actually consider taking them down. But look at the crossfire
you're not getting
from the other side of the site.
man.
This is
No way.
ironclad.
Nope. They're all
Oh
gonna
my
die.
God, they have perfect position.
They're supposed to anyways. They're supposed to. There's still a player back behind the pillar and another one deep down the ramp. Lomic dying to Keve despite having 11 health and now 10 HP for Roofire.
they got
They're
it.
not supposed to win those.
These guys are insane. Oh, they don't have a kit? Oh, they don't have it. They couldn't even do a 5-second there.
They didn't win those.
Yeah. Okay, that was everything literally went perfectly and they still didn't have enough time to defuse. They didn't even have time for a 5-second stick. They just were too late.
That's gotta look. That's
Honestly,
gotta feel
when they were
foolish.
walking over towards B with the MP9s 4v5,
Yeah.
I was like,
Felt like a
"Yeah,
save."
just save. So that was actually so impressive considering the weapons they had.
Yeah,
If they have guns, like wow.
impressive what they created, but disappointing the end result
That they tried.
that they tried.
But at least they got all those kills too, actually.
Yep.
So even though they lose, it's more expensive for VP.Prodigy. But let's listen into Fnatic Rising's team speak again.
Push B.
One is Ivy. I mean, A.
One coming up. I can flash Pepper.
He might
I'm gonna
boost.
step con.
I'm leaving you alone.
Can you spam the
Yeah.
boost a bit, Pepe? He might boost here.
One yellow dead.
One
That's
more.
perfect.
Down.
I'm coming.
They hit me. I'm going back.
Can you take mid, Julian?
No, I want to go A. Can you come mid?
Okay.
I still have a smoke. Can we
Yeah.
careful.
I guess.
I can be annoying with Scout.
Maybe right side. Can.
I mean, yeah, he can be 50.
Guys, can I pick from Kenyas?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, nice.
I'm gonna leave then.
Are they behind box?
Can be. I don't see anyone though. They can be 50 as well.
Careful
Julian.
mid now.
I'm watching behind box.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave you, Julian. You're alone.
2B.
They clear.
Running up B, I
Two
think.
pushing. One is mid. I'm smoking B.
We're
Coming up.
Tick quad.
I'm gonna wait.
One wood and one tick quad.
They saw me. No, they didn't. One more pushing
Nice,
me.
France.
Can you guys
We're mid.
do something?
Default. On default.
Default
One
on
low.
C quad.
I'm watching
Peeking
before.
right side.
I'm watching right side.
Nice. One more coming upstairs. Stairs and
I'm watching T-Quad. Watch left. Watch behind, maybe. A bit.
No, both are there.
I think both are
I
there.
think so.
Maybe behind double.
Don't see
One
him.
might be low, guys.
You wanna peek out?
I'll pick from default.
Tick quad dead.
Dead T-Quad.
Let's get both
Ah.
mid.
Oh, last plant.
Okay.
Let's go.
You have one smoke on Julian.
Yeah, he might be.
Wait,
Let me
I'm
go
reloading.
first. Yeah, I will go.
Reload.
First.
Okay.
Just go with me. Gonna clear everything here.
I have one smoke.
Short.
Okay, Tilden.
Fucking lucky piece of shit.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
That's banter. That's banter.
That
Let's
was-
go. Oh my god, that's so funny. That was they got outplayed by Roofire.
Such a
That was good. 1v2. Hello.
that was such a clean, like nice, clear, calm. Come on, guys, we can do it. We can win it.
Yes.
And then a little bit of salt.
Fucking lucky piece of shit.
A little bit of salt at the end. Oh my goodness, that's too funny.
That's good banter.
Ultimately, it's another lost round. But all things considered, pretty damn impactful from Fnatic Rising. The only problem is that they've been buying up into these attempts, so they needed to get away with the wins. Because they don't, they are now busted. This is going to be a save round for them.
Uh-huh.
And now VP.Prodigy's T side really starts to run away early. It's going to be 4-1, I bet.
Yeah. Well, that was an eco. Or that was like a...
No, they bought
that
it.
was a
Yeah.
that was like a pistol force,
Yeah.
but yeah.
And now they have to save.
But still, they killed 4 players again.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of dealing damage.
They killed 9 players in 2 rounds.
They didn't save. Oh my god, it's another force like this. Another one. But like I don't think they've done enough damage to like they don't have any advantage here, not even a close advantage.
The only reason is that they killed 9 players. So this double save instantly if VP lose, so it's that CT economy risk.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't pay off, it's a 4-1 start for VP.Prodigy. If they do shut it down right here, right now, then they'll feel like geniuses. And I suppose they have been making them close, so... You know, but it's one thing to make it close once, twice. You're losing to bombs, you know, and timing. Like they've been incredibly
It's pretty
close
normal.
moments.
I think it's pretty normal. You can still lose, but like you're saving anyways twice, so... Because like if you buy through it, you get loss bonus.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't, you just save twice.
We'll see if it works.
Even if it doesn't, you still... You see what I mean? Like you get loss bonus if you lose, so you buy through it. Yeah, if you win, they save twice, plus you get all the guns or whatever. But you'd save twice anyways.
What if they hadn't got 9 kills? Still forcing?
No, no, no. You don't. Only if you have a close gun advantage of some sort.
Looks like a free A plant. Nothing to stop him here whatsoever. Oof. Yeah, this one's not going to be close. This one's going to be a blowout. This is going to be VP.Prodigy getting back all the losses that they've had to deal with. But like you were saying, because you have to save anyways in the next round, might as well just save it now. For the first time, it looks like they're going to get away with something kept. Something left over. Nothing wrong with leftovers. Heat it up. Don't waste food.
It's a good lesson.
Oh, but Roofire. Oh. Ah! Jumping Shadow Dagger backstab into the Mac 10 headshot.
Okay, let's hear the comms again.
Plus $2,000. Yeah, lucky what? That is cash flow for Roofire. Oh, and he just did little shadow boxing because he uses shadow
Roofire did
daggers.
it?
Yeah, in his webcam. Little shadow boxing shadow
No,
daggers.
it's so funny. He did that, but he didn't say anything. He just did shadow boxing for himself.
Well, I mean, dude, shadow daggers they're the most rewarding knife when you get kills with them. Because you do feel, it's very personal, man. It's one thing to stab somebody from a distance.
You need to justify this because you're about to buy some expensive-ass shadow daggers.
Maybe I will.
You've been convincing yourself how sick they are so you can make this purchase.
They don't make your gloves look nice.
But what you don't realize is you should just make the purchase anyways.
I'll think about it. Have you paid Zipple for his knife yet? Or are you just going to scam him?
I literally said he called me on Discord yesterday morning, and I said, "Give me your PayPal." He says, "Yeah, I'll give it to you." I don't know how to speak Danish or like him or whatever. Still hasn't sent it to me.
Well,
how am I supposed to pay him?
He just wants you.
I don't know what he wants.
He just wants you to feel bad. It's a power thing.
It's a power thing.
Power trippers. Powerful position as well for VP.Prodigy at the moment. Pepzor looking for the contact, gonna fall away from this. I mean,
Pepzor.
it's hard to. It's hard to. Like, it's hard to. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to assess Fnatic Rising so far in this game because it's just like I haven't seen a freaking gun round, man. I haven't seen if they're gonna be able to deal with the A ramp. They're obviously making decisions based on their buys, and I want to see the real deal, Launders. I want to see the real damn deal. Flank gets caught by Zarison. Regali thought he had waited long enough, but no siree. In fact, no frags out of Fnatic Rising this time, so VP.Prodigy, dude, making bank. Look at the cash left over on this team. Look at it. Look at it. $6,000 basically minimum for every single player. They are rich, adorned in the regalia. I'm upside down. Whoa!
What does that mean, adorned in the regalia? What does that mean?
Regalia is like royal clothing.
Yeah.
And adorned means to be decorated in something.
Decorated, okay.
So to be decorated in royal clothing is to be adorned in regalia.
What's that song?
Which one?
Miguel. Adorn?
I don't know.
Right,
Great
know that,
voice.
bro.
Here's the buy, and here's the aggression. Fnatic Rising just gonna try to crank the tempo up onto A, but it was only Pepzor. It was literally only Pepzor to swing out short.
Oh,
Nobody came around top
Pepzor,
ramp.
Keve, Regali. You need them all. You can't stop this VP.Prodigy train.
Yeah, VP.Prodigy just have their name all over this A site. KST with the flashbang, but this is what we said we didn't want to see.
No flashbang retakes anymore.
Stop it.
Golden, stop telling Keve this is a good idea.
Either all go in with Pepzor and make his death
tournament. If we look at this tournament, I don't think there's been a single time someone has done a flashbang retake and it's netted the CTs a kill.
It's just
But
conceptually
90%
flawed.
of those times, the Ts get 2 kills.
Yep. They're just ready. When there's 4 guys on ramp, you're not going to flash all 4 of them. So even when you go for those, I mean, look how open you have to be a CT as well. Once you push past those boxes on site, dude, you're standing in a desert with nothing to hide behind. Not even a cactus. No, not even.
Not even a tumbleweed?
No.
Not even a cowboy?
No.
Horse?
No.
Sand?
Well, yeah, you could stand behind sand, but...
Ratioed.
One day I would like to go snowboarding in sand. You know they do that.
It's called sandboarding.
Well, I guess you know more than I do.
Or you go down the sand dunes.
On a board.
And there's that, there's the GIF, that famous GIF of the dude with the glasses, and he goes and he has a thumbs up. I'd love to do that too, but it's it looks like it's always very small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's no mountains of sand. There's just dunes of sand.
You ever played Journey?
Nope.
That's a game where you can slide around the entire thing. It's kind of like a walking sim. You're sliding around.
Okay.
I think you'd enjoy it.
I'll think about it.
Try it out. Chat, tweet at Scrawny if you've played Journey before. Let him know what you thought.
You know what else I would enjoy? A different look from Fnatic Rising on the A site.
This is good enough.
This is what I knew would go wrong if nothing changed, and it is what is going wrong at the moment.
I thought they were going to figure it out.
Nice swipe, WePlay. I see your production. That was a nice swipe from T to CT
I have
spawn.
that transition on my stream, too.
I think WePlay does it better.
That puts me on... What?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
No offense.
Well, it's kind of... I take a huge fence here.
Well, you're not going to do anything about it.
That's true.
5-1 to the T side. Gun round's not working out any better than the Force Wars of the first 4. The Banjo man over towards B. Poor Banjo. I don't think he's doing anything wrong.
He just plays B.
He just plays B.
B's not the issue.
I hear all chat, and I feel like this round's not live, but there's been damage dealt.
Oh, there's damage dealt?
Yeah, look, 3 on Regali.
Oh, that's it. That's it. You got to play out.
I don't know. We'll see.
Are they all going to agree?
Rufire is very animated. Talks with his hands. He's doing shadow boxing.
I can see him talk.
That's because he talks with his
there
hands.
There we go. True. When is Discord going to add a smell feature?
Ugh, God, please don't.
I'd never hop in a call with Prius. Has to be a gentleman's agreement at this point.
Yeah, we call this the ultra late A exec. This is when they stay in spawn until 20 seconds and then run and plant.
Regali's missing 2 armor, man. That ain't fair to Regali.
2 armor, 3 HP.
Oh, okay.
Reset.
Gentleman's agreement.
Okay.
They even know they learned the tactic of right-clicking a nade from Banjo into B. Can't use that tactic again.
Nope. We'll see if it changes.
Poor Banjo. I bet he was like, I would tell them no and restart. But I'm the new guy.
So you can't do anything.
Since his name was Banjo, I expected to see, a guy who looks like he's from the South.
Right.
But he's just got like this fresh fade.
I didn't know if Banjo's really played in Europe, to be honest. I thought that was like it really strikes me as a deep South North American type intro.
No.
But maybe they're popular here too.
Yeah, no idea about the history of the Banjo. Did you see that little heart on the...
Yeah, on the left side of his bedpost.
Yeah.
Yes.
Huh.
Yes, I did.
Oh, he's got arm-mounted... Ooh, I want to see his whole setup. Because he's got like the...
Yeah. Do you have your monitors mounted on arms?
No, dude.
Best upgrade you can actually make.
Dude,
that's not true. There's a lot of great upgrades you can make, but putting your monitors on arms is really nice. It frees up so much space on your desk.
Yeah.
So much space.
Dude, I need to do that.
Then you get wireless keyboard, wireless mice, wireless mouse pad.
Dude, that's the future.
Just wait until we have wireless phones.
What? That's impossible.
Once upon a time, people would have believed
wireless
that.
charging.
Can you believe? Pepsor gonna try again.
Lol.
But Zarison locks him in. Keve able to trade that one. Banjo's good for the first frag towards B, but Cheerful takes his top off right as he looked to get away.
Popping noggins.
That he was. Regali's turn to get into position. Oh, Cheerful's just shooting sharp. Util goes deep to keep the CTs back. And a 3v2 advantage with a B site plant. Keve's going to be flanking, and Lomik, this is a ratty deep angle. Of course, it goes well for the terrorists. KST 1v3, he just walks away. This is a 6th terrorist round win from VP.Prodigy. You know what, Longers?
They're too good.
You know what? Just as much as fnatic Rising looked improved on Ancient, I would say VP.Prodigy are showing us a better face than ever here on Vertigo as well.
You know what it was? So the map last time we played Vertigo was very close. And VP.Prodigy in the later portion of the half figured out that they could go up a ramp fast. And in this game, they just did it right away.
Yep.
So they're so smart in that way. Like,
again, we identified the problem. Clearly, VP.Prodigy identified the problem. And unfortunately for fnatic Rising, they have not solved the problem.
No.
Or at least they haven't yet. Maybe they've got a different look. I don't know.
3-player attack on the A ramp just now once.
Yep.
So, and this was actually good. I mean, look how insane that trade is from Cheerful, right?
A step of hesitation from Banjo.
It's still in such an insane...
It's an incredible kill.
Yeah.
Incredible kill.
It's such an he doesn't know Cheerful is like right there, you know what I mean?
If only
we can see that on X-Ray, but that's just a beautiful trade from Cheerful. Like, you watch it down where you can go like, oh, Banjo.
No, not at all.
You know what I mean?
Not at all.
It's too nice. It's too nice. But that's the thing. Like, there is A, but there's also other parts of the map, and fnatic Rising versus Virtus.Prodigy, they've got to deal with all of these problems. And on this previous round, fnatic Rising took the fight down A ramp. They lost the first kill, but they traded it again. So it wasn't beautiful, but it was enough. But Cheerful is just very good at Vertigo, honestly.
Banjo gets 1 kill. Lomik trades that with the op. He's sending his grenades over the top of B site and moving back towards A. What stands in the place? It's Pepsor. Over on short. Now he's got a multi-kill. And he's good for the 3rd. Finally, a flash of success for fnatic Rising down here on A. Lomik rotates in late with op. No scopes, Pepsor takes the bomb. And with so much money here, I mean, go for it, dude. You got a minute. You've got a minute, and fnatic Rising are still going to just play this split. He almost found a timing to catch Keve on the retreat, in fact. This would have to be the ace from Lomik. 1v4 ace.
Well, he might put himself in a position to grab one trade. Oh no, I see Keve's actually.
Yeah. Bomb plant's not that important. Again, they've got tons of money. It's just about really wrecking these CTs. If they're going to win the round, make them pay for it. Make them take you out for dinner first. Order the steak. Order 2 steaks and don't even eat the second.
Wow.
Smoke and a Molotov. Bomb plant going to be attempted. And sure enough, CT over the top. Keve kills him. 3 CT stand. That's a good little economic boost for Fnatic Rising. It's not too late to recover a CT side, especially if Pepsor wants to, you know, stand tall with the multi-kills. He's trying his damnedest. I'll give him credit. They're trying to fix this A problem. And Banjo always good for at least 1. 2 rounds back-to-back. He's been able to add a kill as he falls at B. But obviously without that Pepsor 3-man spray down, VP.Prodigy would have had a much better chance.
They need that. They need that, though. They need that. Pepsor, he's looking strong, and he's got to be that guy. He's got to be that guy. Regali's, you know, he was good on Ancient. He's been pretty good so far. You know, not super insane, but pretty good. Pretty damn good. But they're going to need more than that, for sure, individually. There's a fast A-ramp control. Taken again. How will they save Regali? How long will Regali stay? Oh, no, he just tries to... Oh, no, that's not the right way to do that. Oh, man. It's obvious... that sucks to see. They have a new look on A, but they're not ready. They're not ready for this, dude. It's such a good game plan from VP.Prodigy. They just literally... They're not thinking too far ahead. They're not like, oh, Fnatic Rising, they're going to figure this out, let's try something new. They're like, no, they still haven't got this yet.
Yep.
We're going to keep sending it. But that wasn't the best of ideas. I'm not sure if there's a flash to support him from leaving, but you can't really leave that spot without, you know, another rifler to come in with you to peek on the ramp, and then you can take attention off each other and fight. But in a spot like that, you just got. I think you got to hope they don't HE you. And actually, you can be kind of annoying to stay up there as long as you got a teammate on the site to make sure they can't like wrap around you. Your sandbags are relatively impenetrable. It's hard to actually kill you, so you can be an issue. But yeah.
Ooh, the cross into Result, making it all the easier. 2 versus 4, trying to stop the bomb from going down, but if he comes out from this smoke, I believe Lomic's got it held. Ooh, but Lomic still dies. So good job by Keve. At least keeping the hopes alive, but there's also this elevator flank. Yep, who other than Roofire?
Roofire.
This guy. The moment you turn your attention away from his flank, he seems to fill that gap.
Yeah.
So Banjo...
Close the back door, he comes on the front door.
Close the front door, he comes in the back door.
Yeah.
Close both doors, he jumps through the window.
Comes down the chimney like Santa Claus with a bunch of coal. Does Santa Claus bring the coal, like for bad kids or whatever?
I don't know. I wasn't a bad kid. Were you?
I wasn't. Just because Santa Claus thought I was.
Yeah. You don't know me.
You're not my dad.
Jumping up over top of the wall. Ooh.
How did some of those bullets go into the wall? That's
yeah, that was weird, eh?
Wow.
That was a weird one.
Some crazy trades, actually, that happened just now.
Some real tomfoolery.
Roofire.
Well-timed flank. 7-2. Good lead for VP. Buyback from Fnatic Rising. This is a timeout, of course, to figure out what exactly they're going to do, how exactly they're going to change things. Where can they improve? When can they improve? Will they even improve?
But, you know, since we have to go map to map,
yeah,
you know, still feeling pretty good about Fnatic Rising, even just thinking about Overpass, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, it was such a smash.
Dude,
last
it was
time.
Not just a smash, man. It was a crushing, soul-shattering, bone-snapping,
ouch,
spine-tingling, world-ending monstrosity of a one-sided game. Yes, I really trying to paint the picture of Fnatic Rising on Overpass was... Fnatic Rising on Overpass looked as good as VP.Prodigy look here on Vertigo. But again, the difference was all about Ancient. And that is the one thing with the best of 3 series here for the second season of WePlay Academy League. You know, we're talking about teams who I think they're being molded and shaped and improving day by day, but one of the hardest things to do as a Counter-Strike player is to significantly improve your map pool. You know?
Facts.
And you've got to bring up the
whole game, really.
You've got to bring up the skill floor a lot when you start playing BO3s. If you're just vetoing down to your middle ground, then it's all about, you know, that particular map and the improvements you can make on day-to-day basis, your individual form, etc. but it's only been 4 days since they last got slapped around on Vertigo. Not enough has changed. Roofire, 1 kill and dead. Keve able to retreat. Resalt's going to chase this through short side. He took a gamble going through that smoke, but he called it properly. Not being held at the initial push and also not by the time he rounds the corner. Another headshot coming in from the terrorists. They can do as they damn well please here on Vertigo. And especially this A bomb site. Man advantage as they try to get the plant in. Smoke right in front of Regali, so the thought of him pushing through this is going to be very dire, but Banjo finds a bit of a chance over top of the mid box, and he frags Resalt. Banjo is actually like the one saving grace so far on Vertigo. And Zarasen's over towards Sandbags. 1v2 with 36 health, no utility for him to play off of. Both these CTs have kits, and he's got a little gap. Look at that gap. Trying to work into the site, but Banjo did it all. In this 2v3, Banjo picks up all 3 frags and the defuse. If anybody's going to give us something to talk about for Fnatic Rising, it feels like it's going to be Banjo.
Yeah, man. Banjo Kazuya. I don't know why Banjo Kazuya. That's a Zamboni, right?
It's a floor polisher.
What's a Zamboni?
An ice polisher.
So it's kind of like one, a little bit.
A little bit. All right, I'll let you have it.
Why is it called the Zamboni? Why doesn't that have a weird name?
I don't know, man. It's a good question.
Flubenhauer.
I bet you Zamboni is probably the name of the company that makes those things.
Oh, it's like Kleenex.
And there's probably only one company that makes those.
Zamboni. Yeah,
you know?
right.
I can't imagine that the market for Zambonis is too competitive.
You're right. I think you're right. It's the Kleenex, the Band-Aid, the Q-tip.
The Zamboni.
Zamboni.
That is, of course, what evens out the ice on an ice hockey rink. For those of you guys who don't know what a Zamboni is, I wouldn't blame you for not knowing.
We're in Ukraine. We got some hockey players around us.
Yeah, dude. Ukraine have great hockey players.
Let's go.
Molotovs dropped into the bomb site. Little fallback here. Again, you're going to test Banjo. He's going to make you work for it. Cheerful and Lomik happy to lift some heavy weights, though. 3v3 made off at the back of that. It was a 5v3 advantage for Fnatic Rising, and now it's back even. But Roofire, dude, this guy, when he feels like he can just rotate, he does it so aggressively, and he rotated with a fake. Look how this has magnetized Fnatic Rising to come over. And as he gets the kill to Pepzor, they're just going to fall for this even more so. Bomb's going to walk into the B site, and VP.Prodigy look to fool Fnatic in yet another round. This is just simply their playground,
They're
bro.
great, man. They're great.
They are so good on Vertigo.
Their entry pack on B with Cheerful and everything, and just like the pacing of the rounds, it's indomitable. I mean, the A ramp is its own problem, but they have so much more to their game as well that Fnatic Rising can't keep up with. And yeah, Banjo's doing good on this half of the map, but he's honestly, like, the shots that are getting hit on him and like how great they're attacking him, it's even a surprise that he's able to get anything out of it.
You can definitely say he's trying his damnedest to keep Fnatic in it.
They can't overemphasize a stack on the B side. They're having so much trouble on A, so this is just really perfect. And you know, you see how they do that pump fake that they do. They did that on A site like a number of times. They do the exact mirrored play over on B this time. Oh, these guys are so annoying. It's beautiful.
It's fun to watch. I think it's a real good example of what happens if you are a bit of a Vertigo specialist. The other team can just get so dumbfounded by these rotates, by the fakes. The thing with Vertigo is you can hear everything from everywhere.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, Nuke has layers, but there's also outside that isn't stacked. There's also ramp that is not so much stacked. Overpass also has vertical layers, but the map is so big that, again, you don't hear all the audio cues. On Vertigo, it's small enough and so incredibly layered on top of each other that you hear everything from everywhere. It's so unique in that sense. Half of Vertigo feels like it's a sound game. But alas, we find ourselves back on the A ramp. Zarasen cheerful and cheerful again. Insta-kills coming through from A ramp. This has been the pain point for what feels like ages now. The only thing they have left is a little B control, but there's no reason to really leave. Where's the bomb? I see it down on the map. It looks like it's down by bridge, so... Oh my god!
What?
Roofire! Hello?
He just walked out and one-tapped Regali. I think Regali actually glazed over I think he was just like a little asleep. Like didn't expect just someone to just walk out like that, even though he's holding the angle.
Yeah. Well, it's because they give people who are dying, they give them morphine. And so I think that's what's happened here for Fnatic Rising. They're on the morphine drip.
I see.
Okay, the eyes are glazing.
They feel good even.
They
though
are
it's not
very
good.
peacefully just going.
Yeah.
They're going to overpass.
Where they're gonna win.
Maybe.
Oh.
Maybe. I don't know about second lives. You know, I don't have answers.
Well, you said that they were gonna win.
I did. You're right. But now I've made a morphine analogy, and I've compared them to a dying person. And,
Yes.
And that's undermining my argument that they're going to bounce back.
Okay.
So they'll be reinvigorated and respawned on Overpass as a whole new beast.
Mm-hmm.
If you had a second life, what would you come back as?
An otter.
Oh, good choice. Yeah, they have fun.
It's my favorite animal. They get even if you become a zoo otter by accident, or like I'll get really unlucky. You get the biggest exhibit at the zoo, get 2 floors.
That's true.
And they give you like a lot of water.
People like you.
And land, and stuff to jump on, and
toys to play with.
Everyone likes you, and they put a lot of friends with you. Otters living the life, man. Plus, they're kind of strong and vicious. They're like Virtus.Pro.Prodigy. Can't underestimate them. This is tricky. They're not making any noise. They're taking some risks, but there's not been any late ops here. I like this. Oh. Little fast step ski. But look at this. Oh, Zarison. Dude, he might just... Oh, man. What a round from... This is... Oh, that's beautiful. Oh,
and the second.
That's just... What a round, man. That's such a nice call. That is such a nice call.
There's just no saving it, is there? 10th round for VP.Prodigy. How many of these 10 rounds do you think have ended on the A site?
That was such a nice call.
How many of these
6.
rounds do you think have been won at the A site?
6.
About 6?
Yeah.
The majority.
Is that right? Maybe, right?
Yeah, well, I rephrased my question because I feel like, sometimes they've ended on B, but like the round-winning moment, so to speak, was still going down at the A site.
Right, yes.
So,
they've involved B a lot, too, for sure. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Man, that is actually the perfect call based on the half, right? That's not a call that you make in a vacuum. It's not a call you make as a round that you do every once in a while. That's a call you make versus Fnatic Rising, given the circumstances, the way they're playing, where it's hardly a risk. It makes so much sense. And it still takes some balls to make a call like this.
That it does, man.
But it's not about what appears to be more risky. It's what appears to be more correct, and that's what Virtus.Pro are so good at finding. They don't really view their plays as passive or aggressive, just better or worse.
Oh my god, and Result.
Wow.
Kicks it off versus KST at the B site, looking for their 11th terrorist round win. But here's the analogy. Here's the... it's not really an analogy. It's a comparison as Banjo dies at B.
He's got 2.
I think what I'm witnessing right now between VP.Prodigy and Fnatic Rising, I expect this exact same level of dominance and like this cut above once we get to Overpass. VP.Prodigy winning on Vertigo was never in question for me, personally. Maybe Fnatic Rising could have shown us some improvements to make it close, but the shoe will soon be on the other foot.
Which is on the other side of the table, which has turned.
If you catch my drift. As long as Fnatic Rising don't get broken by this bullying.
Because they improved their Ancient.
Woo!
I was like, maybe they improved their Vertigo. I thought they improved their Vertigo too. Their Ancient was so good.
Yeah.
And surely they saw Vertigo coming. That's the other thing.
But again, I think they just have this on Overpass. They must. They must.
Nice Jinx. Nice Zika caster.
1 versus 3 attempt here from Keve. Come on, finish off the CT side. You finish it off with something to talk about. No, it's not going to happen, man. It's just, it's if you see somebody being bullied, step in and stop it.
Yeah.
But right now, we can't stop this.
Beat that bully up.
We can't stop this. We just have to watch the scrawny kid get his lunch money stolen.
Your name is Scrawny. Did you know that?
Mm-hmm. My name's actually Connor. I am more than this alias.
Scrawny Connor.
Yeah. On Instagram. 2 MP9s, FAMAS, 2 M4s. That's the buy here for the final attempt of Fnatic Rising. If I'm VP.Prodigy, I just go to A simply to make a statement.
Oh, I mean, just dominating. They can do anything now.
Simply to make a statement.
This perfect half of conditioning, all the strategies and hitting their shots and everything. This is a bonus round. This is free. Even if they lose, they're chilling. And look, if RuFire just going through with a lurk, they are taking everyone down. There's
Kevy's got to play here.
A trade here, but Kevy doesn't realize someone walked up short?
Kevy's got to play.
Wait, what exactly happened just now?
Nobody walked up short.
Oh, on A?
Nuts.
Oh, he got him. Okay, never mind.
It's all on B, baby. Result just looks away, comes back to kill Keve. This will be a 12-3 half unless Pepzor make that Regali can do anything to stop it. So, hot damn, VP.Prodigy showing us that you are the masters of Vertigo. The head-to-head versus Fnatic Rising, favoring them astronomically. And like a celestial body, Regali needs to draw these players into his rotation, which he has started off, but he jumps the gun, pushes beyond RuFire, who finishes this off with the 1v1 clutch, and a 15-6 half out of RuFire. Alongside Resalt and Lomik, those are the 3 heaviest hitters for VP.Prodigy, but I think everybody got in their punches.
Dude, I mean,
Fnatic Rising, black and blue.
Cheerful's entries on B as well, and he only got 9 kills. There were just too many good things to say, and I feel for Fnatic Rising, but at the same time, yeah, they just got outclassed. Even if they figured out their A stuff,
yeah,
there would have been a whole litany of other problems that they still have to solve. Maybe not even problems, you know. They just have to be better than VP, who are they're peaking on this map. This T side is absolutely wonderful, exquisite stuff. My hat's off to Virtus.Pro, for what they've shown us on Vertigo in the last 2 times they played against Fnatic Rising. Very nice.
Also, despite getting battered up a little bit, I think Banjo kind of tried his damnedest to save it.
Man.
He did really good. You look at the kill count for the players on Fnatic Rising, and I believe nobody else even got close to the double digits, really, like 2 to 3 kills away every time.
And he was the B player. Like he got less action overall, and still he was putting up 2 kills on these holds. He ends, I think, with like 15 on the half, and those are not exit kills or saving kills. Those were holds. Those are opening kills. Those were, you know, I got to stop 3 guys from coming in here. He did a great job. I think he's good on the protocols. He looks like, you know, he looks like he's playing the site how you're supposed to, and his aim is also quite good. So, Banjo was a nice is a nice addition to the team, and definitely put up his end of the bargain here.
Well, I was wrong. Regali also got some. He sits on 10. Let's see how the mood is in the Fnatic Rising camp, despite being down by 9 rounds.
Go back now.
I heard nothing mid.
1 Ivy, 1 Crane.
Yeah, mid be down. Let's triple pick this.
Yeah, 3,
1, 2,
2, 1, let's go.
Out there. Go,
Go
now.
Flashing first.
I'm a bit
Flashing
away,
second.
but yeah.
Critical.
Going deep,
Dig,
guy.
dead.
He's blind.
Electric.
Triple.
Electric, 1
I'm
HP.
mollied window.
Electric,
Triple
1
dead.
HP.
Electric, dead.
Dead.
Nice.
1 CT.
Yeah, I'm
He's-
planting.
Config dead.
You're alone.
Nice.
Oh, he's on. He already pushed spawn, guys.
Yes, side. We can side. We can peek
He's
and peek
behind,
there.
right?
It's
Behind,
upstairs. Let's
coming
peek,
upstairs.
Dylan. You ready?
Coming.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, go.
Wood. Pick. Nice.
Nice.
Oh, the fuck? No step.
Well, still fighting for it tooth and nail. Fnatic come into this pistol round with a plan. They go over towards A. They fake the sound to the bottom of A ramp and then scoot and boogie back towards B.
What would you call that strat?
The Hugo Byron.
Oh,
Yep. I'd call that the metal tang.
the metal tank.
Because it's all about making the sound on the metal great, making your opponents thinking you have an A play, and then going back. See? Tang.
Tang.
When he walks across there. They did it twice. You're going to try it twice, huh? You're going to try it twice. You know what they say? Fool me one time, shame on me. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
Who's this they guy everyone talks about?
I don't know. Banjo with a headshot. Cheerful down for the count. You know, Fnatic Rising, we question their A play on the defense. We question their A play on the offense. But if they go B every round, then maybe their T side has a little pep in its step. Or maybe it had a little pep in its step because now their players begin to fall all across this site. Zarison in with the flank. A little faster than last time, but still making Fnatic Rising pay the toll. 3 players down on that one. They will still have 5 rounds to their name, but it's a 7-round lead for VP.Prodigy.
People have gotten better at taking B, and I think that's why B is more viable these days. Before B was just a place where you'd lose the retake. Now people are better at taking it, but that still is a problem, that the site is more retakeable than A site, so it's less appealing for that reason. From the T side, when you still put up like some of the same perceptible levels of risk by trying to entry onto it. But, you know, what we saw from VP.Prodigy, for example, is like, you know, perfect balance. Like, they went there a lot, but it wasn't too much, and they still use it. But Fnatic Rising's T side on the map that we saw was good, too. The T side really wasn't an issue. It's mostly the round deficit that's an issue. So the pistol takes the edge off, but it's still 12-5. I mean, VP.Prodigy are not bad enough that I'm going to, you know, credit Fnatic Rising's ability to come back that much. And here's a nice, really nice kill here from Pepzor. However, they don't get that much space off of it, and there's not that many good guns on the board. You see a player running away from Roofire. It seems like Roofire will still be cleared, but oh no, he's still alive. He hasn't been traded.
He's got this. Resalt's here to help him. He made sound in the corner to get the Molotov out.
Oh,
Keve.
That was smart from Resalt.
Yeah.
Ran him down.
More like repeak. Cheerful. Over on B. He's got back turned to him, and that's the 13th. VP.Prodigy back to winning ways. This CT side wins with the force buy. They didn't have the better guns, but they do have the better vertigo.
They do have the better. Yeah, they're just the better on the map.
I like Refire's ratty mid angles. You know, like that one in the between CT spawn and elevator peak.
Refire or Resalt?
I just said Refire.
I say that too sometimes.
Okay, I combine the two of them.
Yeah, because they're both like a
Refire.
Yeah,
a table saw. That goes nicely with your floor polisher. Oh. But yeah, he's like even that one as well, right? He's like standing on these boxes over here in front. He's just got all these little off angles. I think that's an indicator to his comfort on this map. If you don't play Vertigo enough, you're not playing spots like that. In my opinion.
Yeah, you got to be nerdy. No, you're right. It shows.
In my humble opinion. AK Galil had an 8-round deficit to try and claw back. They're going to smoke off construction. Zarison looking to bolster the CT spawn. Counter-terrorists have bodies in position. Roofire, he's got them flooding down into him. Fom is good for a kill and an assist. It's Resalt from inside the site, and Cheerful's attack through the back of the spawn.
You gotta love those
that
rotations.
Gets VP on to 14.
Those rotations were lickety-split. Beautiful. Fast.
Clean stuff, man. Very clean stuff.
They kept dying, too.
It's the kind of play...
They were like lemmings.
Yeah. Lemmings. Like lemons.
They kept jumping in and dying, and then
like lemurs.
More would come.
Lemurs.
Lemurs. They're like Pikmin, you know? They're like Pikmin. Oh, God.
Oh, man. They're going to run through this right into the A1S. It's disgusting. VP.Prodigy just ended already. They're doing it as fast as they possibly can, man. Fnatic Rising. There's so much better. There's no gas in the tank.
They're so much better.
There's no wind in the sail.
No.
There's no brain in the skull.
There's no brain in the skull. Have we gone too far? There's no brain in the skull?
As in, they all got headshotted.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
We all got decapitated. I thought you were saying they're dumb.
No, I wouldn't. I just don't think they're a good Vertigo team. I don't think they're dumb. I just don't think they're good on this map.
Right, yeah.
Nothing to do with their intelligence.
I don't think you're ugly. I just hate your shoes.
Yeah. I don't hate your shoes. I just think you're ugly.
Oh, my God. This is perfect. Because since it doesn't come close, then it reinforces the idea that they're just better overall. Even though Fnatic Rising T-side is definitely not bad. It's not bad. VP.Prodigy just are sunning them on this map. They gotta be feeling good after Ancient.
Who's got the coolest spray? I'm not sure. All right. Can Fnatic Rising extend what feels like the inevitable? Do they have any more kick? Any more buck?
Where's the capsaicin? Where's the paprika? Where's the habanero?
I don't see it, man. Already a man down. Last round, I think, you know, last round should be the analogy for this map, arguably. Just running out middle, dying. No real footing here for Fnatic Rising. And I don't mean to disrespect, but it's just, it's kind of what we expected.
You said they had no brains in their skulls.
Because they all got headshotted. That's how it works. That's why it works. VP.Prodigy doing work. Looking to finish this one on A. The problem child of Fnatic Rising's Vertigo gameplay. Lomic, cheerful, and then Lomic yet again. That's the sealed deal, folks. That's the pop-off from VP.Prodigy. And you can see him getting a little hype towards the end. I feel that's got to feel good that you're able to win your map pick so convincingly, put that much of a gap between you and your opponent. But it was expected. That's the problem here. It's all about Overpass. You know, I said it was all about Ancient because I thought whoever picked up Ancient picks up this series, knowing that Vertigo and Overpass are so lopsided. I'm going to stick to that. I predict that we will see a new Fnatic Rising once we get to our third map. But before we go, we'll pass this back to James.
We're back and ready to discuss this map. Thank you very much, Scrawny and Launders. And, well, what did we say, right? The fact that we know VP.Prodigy can always bounce back, and they did it in style. But I will say, this looked like a team that doesn't even know how to play Vertigo. Like, they were being duped in every way. And, okay, we got to give Rufai a lot of credit, right? Not only just for what he did in fragging out, but, like, he outgamed Kevy in every situation. He was running circles around him.
It did feel like Keve and Fnatic Rising had a very fun, like, just simplistic way to try to play the CT side, and it was wrong. It was incorrect.
It was wrong. That's it.
Yeah, they wanted to play retake on A so many times. Anytime they contested the ramp, it was kind of half-hearted. You know, they'd sometimes run down. You'd see Keve run down by himself and die, and then it's like, where's the rest of his team? Are they spraying through the smoke? Are they supposed to be throwing nades for him? There was no one to be found in some of those situations. You know, they contested it and won one time. So, like, they tried it, but they failed way more times than they succeeded. And playing retake is kind of out of the meta. People aren't really doing that on gun rounds as much anymore because you can just get sprayed through smokes consistently. So this was a kind of a weird, poor game plan from Keve and Fnatic Rising. It's something that I don't get to say very often.
No.
And because usually they're putting together much better games.
It was even more one-sided than the first map. There was no cosmetic comeback going on for Fnatic Rising here. They win both pistol rounds and they lose 16-5. That in itself is a statement to how little they got done in the buy rounds. Didn't have anything to do with VP.Prodigy on that T side. As we see here in the highlights, we're going to see them just run over the bomb sides. As you said, they want to play retake on the A bomb side. The B bomb side was weak. Nothing really went the way of Fnatic Rising in this one. We called out Regali to be the man who potentially could be a disturbing factor for Fnatic Rising. Wasn't at all, couldn't get it done either, and at that point it was slightly disappointing to see Fnatic Rising not being able to put up a better fight. You can win both pistol rounds and lose 16-5 against a team like VP.Prodigy. That's simply unacceptable. I will say as well that if you do play retake, you said it yourself, right? It was super popular in the beginning of Vertigo. Now people are moving a little bit away from it, but if you do want to play retake, you gotta have protocols to do so. You gotta save your nades for the exact scenarios where you have to retake. We're talking smokes, we're talking molotovs, we're talking flashes, and then you need to know how to use the utility in order to retake the bomb side. And whenever we saw them play the retake scenario, it looked like it was just random. Who got a smoke, who got a flash? Yeah. I don't know. I used my molotov already, and at that point, you can't do anything whatsoever. Honestly, this was some of the worst we've seen from Fnatic Rising in all tournament long, probably all season long, and probably all tournament history long as well. So I hope Scrawny is right. I hope we get to see a different face of Fnatic Rising on the third deciding map.
And that's what it's going to have to be for these guys, right? Because we know one thing that can definitely work for VP.Prodigy is this comeback. They're not really phased by losing a game. They can bring themselves back into it. But Fnatic Rising, I feel like they're a little bit more temperamental when they get slapped so hard.
Yeah, we've seen that sometimes there could be collapses for Fnatic. I mean, I'm thinking of last season where they kind of choke some leads at times. I mean, going into map number 3, they're going to have to just try to reset. They're going to try to have to find something. And KSC is going to have to do a hell of a lot better than that, because the last time they played on Overpass, which is going to be the decider, it was him who was delivering a lot of the impact. He had, I think, at the end of the game, at least a 1.5 rating on HLTV. Like, he popped off. This game, this is not the KSC we've been seeing. And, I mean, I will say one thing about KSC on this map. Last time they won, we heard their comms in Season 1. KSC was like, thank God we're not playing that effing map like on Vertigo. Like, I mean, it was it was when they won on another map. Like, he doesn't like Vertigo. He's made it actually publicly clear that he doesn't like the map. So maybe he can bounce back on Overpass.
Still though, even if you don't like it, you know, getting 2 kills, still not acceptable. And also, sometimes you just got to play what you don't like. You can just have to deal with it if it's not your first and ban out of there. But one thing I definitely want to look at, right, is we talk about Kevy and the preparation that comes in here for fnatic Rising and what he can do. But do you feel like, okay, they've got that great preparation? I remember that game they played against Young Ninjas on Overpass, and they smashed them that time because they were very well understanding of all the setup.
Sure.
But as soon as the game plan changes, as soon as it goes away from what they've done their research on, that's where I feel like they're lacking these mid-round calls, you know, the second part of the game, and they start to go, okay, well, if plan A didn't work, where's our fallback?
But hear me out here, right? Because preparation is of course good, and we've seen the results of Kevin's preparation in Season 1 in particular, and when he really gets to anti-strat people, where you don't need to have mid-round calls, you don't need to have like mid-round adaptations because your initial plan is just working. That's when preparation is very, very well working. Most teams prepare though. Most teams will be prepared for each other, especially in Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and whenever these guys get to move up a little, everyone prepares for everyone. So in reality, it should be pretty even playing ground at that point, and then it comes into the mid-round adaptations. Then it comes into who can make the best decisions in the middle of the game when the pressure's on, and that's what these kids gotta learn ASAP. Because yes, you can prepare, and yes, you can get told that this guy likes to stand in this position, and he likes to throw this Molotov whenever he gets pressured with this flash, yada yada yada. But when he doesn't, when he all of a sudden doesn't stand in that position, when he's all of a sudden saving the smoke for a different scenario, you gotta own. So yes, Kevin can help a long way to go, but these players gotta be able to make up decisions and come up with solutions on their own. Otherwise, it'll forever just be a one-trick pony where they can pray that Kevin is out-preparing their opponents, but in reality, Tier 1 Counter-Strike, everyone is preparing for everyone. Everyone is equal in that sense that they already know what each other.
I think on top of that also, VP.Prodigy probably expected Overpass. They got beaten by Fnatic last time they played him on it, and the fact that they let it become the decider, like they had that final say in the veto. So if anything, like Pim saying, like VP.Prodigy probably could have even expected Fnatic Rising to just pick it outright. So yeah, they've definitely, VP.Prodigy and Roofire, they should have seen this coming, this last map.
And I think also what we're going to be looking at is Roofire playing some mind games in this one as well, because he's willing to take those risks, right? He's willing to be a sacrificial lamb at times and dupe it up and send you to one side and just kind of bamboozle you the whole time.
He's so sneaky. I mean, he's so sneaky. In the
I like you say it with a smile on your face as well.
It is actually really fun to watch Roofire because like sometimes the decisions he makes are just so like out of meta. So like so clearly like, man, that's so risky that you decide to just walk on forward with before your team's even ready for this. But then he'll catch people off guard occasionally. We've seen him do it on Ancient. We've seen him do it on Vertigo. I mean, he's gonna have to find some kind of gaps though on Overpass. Last season, I remember trying to find these kind of holes, like where does Roofire see it? And he would sometimes just walk all the way up long A, literally the whole way up long A on Overpass. He would try to just find a gap in the defense, and sometimes he just got caught, and it looked dumb. Like legitimately, it looked really dumb. But this time around, he's playing better. Like Roofire is actually at a level right now that he's making more correct decisions, and I want to say he's making very, very few just outright bad ones.
And I do want to bring up a point to that as well, because yes, he does make better decisions now than in Season 1, but even so, when it's a 50-50 decision, when it may not have been a good call, or he may not really catch the play off guard that he wants to, he has individual level right now that can back up these plays. Last season, he would lose duels 9 out of 10 times. This season, he's winning 50% of the duels, and sometimes even more. We just saw it right here, the highest ADR on the entire server in a match that could potentially send them down in that lower bracket. It's very impressive to see the evolution, let's put it that way, that Roofire has been through from Season 1 to Season 2. His productivity on the server, the damage he deals on the server is much, much better.
And that's what they've needed, right? Because VP.Prodigy last time around, they were certainly lacking it. When we look at the map stats that came up, though, what I find is interesting is the fact that just in general, VP.Prodigy have played so much more.
Yeah.
So one thing you can definitely look at here is these guys are putting in the work right now to make sure the same thing that happened in Season 1 doesn't happen again.
Yeah, I mean, between Season 1 and Season 2, I think they played Overpass 4 or 5 times in other qualifiers, other types of cups. And even though they weren't winning those games, I mean, that's just such invaluable experience. Whereas a team like fnatic Rising, they just put the roster together, again, a couple days before this whole tournament started. So, I mean, the experience that Brewfire and VP.Prodigy has is going to be so important. And for me, it's probably going to be the difference maker. I think that they're going to come into this one, even though they lost Overpass last time, I'm putting them as my favorites to take it.
Yeah.
I would agree with that, to be completely honest. I think what we saw here from VP.Prodigy on Vertigo was impressive in more than one way as well. We talk about Cheerful being the playmaker for this lineup. He didn't have necessarily a great game. He wasn't even needed, to be fair. I think he finished with 13 kills and 9 deaths. He's going to come into Overpass, and he's going to get a lot of work to do right here. And he is going up against the Joker of fnatic Rising, which is Regali. Again, it's a bit boring to say, and it's like talking with Simple and Navi all over. You know, if Regali plays well, fnatic Rising can make this competitive. They can potentially win if he's really going off. Without Regali, fnatic Rising will fall on their flat and they'll just take a beating right here from Virtus.pro. So he has to step up. He has to be the guy who can put up a fight to Cheerful, who can shut down Roofire whenever he's walking through a smoke he's not supposed to walk through. Otherwise, I think it's not going to happen.
And this, again, though, seems like the same situation we had with fnatic Rising before, in the fact that we look at Regali as being not just the difference maker, but almost a win condition, which relying on him for every game is not always going to be ideal, not always going to be possible. But what are we thinking about this new player that's coming, Banjo? Are we seeing this so far as now an upgrade, or is it more of a downgrade, or are we meeting somewhere in the middle? Because he's having some moments, that clutch he pulled off, right? It was that 2v4 retake he had in the end as well. There's some moments in there, but from the eye test, how are we feeling?
It's tough to put him against Prosis. Like, if we're just saying 1-to-1, I would say that last season Prosis was better, but I don't think they're playing all the same roles. So I think Banjo is getting a little bit less help from his team, but he's still, like you're saying, he's providing some impact there. And I mean, the thing is that because he's just thrust into this roster, which already had some structure, and he just has to kind of mold himself to fit what they're doing, it's impressive that he's actually looked as competent as he has in such a short amount of time. That's not easy to do. And so I would give Banjo a little bit more time. I'd say day 1, day 2 were kind of iffy, but I think today is probably Banjo's best showing thus far.
I would agree. I think it's not an upgrade, it's not a downgrade in terms of individual skill. You can argue that Prosis had a better productivity on the server and could pull off more ADR, but in terms of like what he's done so far for this lineup, I think it's more the case of Banjo not really having the experience yet. He is new to him, right? Communication, pressured moments, etc., etc. He has to soak it in, he has to experience it, and we can't forget that in Season 1, all these players and all these lineups, they got to play 14 games in the group stage, so they have plenty of time to get used to this pressure, you know, the HLTV stats, the guys commenting on your performance, etc., etc. Banjo's still new to it, so I agree with you. He hasn't been good, he hasn't been bad, he's just been all right, and hopefully for the future, he'll be even better if fnatic Rising want a standard chance of making it to the playoff.
Now, we all said VP were going to take the win, and we all said 2-1, we're potentially on the cards for it, but does anyone feel like swapping? Are we still happy with this VP thing? Because for me, I think the only way that fnatic would be able to bounce back from this and take the win on Overpass is that they can mentally reset, which I did see them struggle with last time around.
I think what could work out, I mean, Pimp laid it out there. The win condition for fnatic Rising, a lot of it's in Regali. I think Weekend Regali is a different beast. Like, it's a joke now, but he's
built different.
It actually is. I actually think it's a real thing. It's so I'm not gonna switch. I do think that VP.Prodigy is the better team today. But I do think that this one's gonna go the distance. I think this is gonna be a real nail biter. It's gonna come down to who's gonna be able to put up the clutch in a tense 14-13 moment.
I would agree. I expect now we have had two very one-sided maps, two maps where we had a clear favorite and both the favorites, so to speak, won their own map pick and looked good. Overpass should be the middle ground right here. That should be a map where Kevin can do the preparation. Regali can feel comfortable again with the AWP, and hopefully we get a competitive series. I think VP.Prodigy has enough stuff going for them right now. I think the weakest link is Roofire, and Roofire is playing fantastic right now. And that's sort of like an analogy I like to use. You know, the old Astralis, when we look at those guys, you know, when they won all the majors, when they won all the tournaments, the weakest link on that lineup was Sipnix. And if Sipnix is a weak link, you got a pretty good thing going for him. Same right here for Roofire. If he's supposed to be the weak link within this lineup, he's supposed to be the worst player, and he's playing at this level, then you got enough stability around the map that there's not a map or not a place on the map, so to speak, that's just going to fall apart. It's not like going to be the B side that they can just walk all over, or the A bomb side they can walk all over, and that's why I think VP.Prodigy is going to win.
Well, let's see how it all goes down. It's time for us to get into Overpass. It's a deciding map for a very important game for these teams. But Scrawny, Launders, who do you guys think is going to take it? Is there any fnatic support in here?
Yeah, definitely, James. I think from the beginning of this series, I flagged Ancient as kind of the middle ground between these two teams. I thought that if Ancient was going to be our third deciding map, then we would be walking into this with like the wishy-washy 50-50 kind of commitments that Maui, Snake, and Pimp are getting off to. But this was an 11-4 CT side for Fnatic Rising last time they played 4 days ago, and I expect the same thing out of this. And if we're talking about Regali being a different beast and a different form on the weekends, then we know that the impact of a CT player with an op on Overpass particularly can really start to run away from people. I'm going to go say Fnatic Rising 2-1. Ancient was our decider. Ancient was the middle ground, and because Fnatic Rising took Ancient, they're going to take this series too.
It was a dominating CT side. So maybe if we start on the second half, then we can see some different from Virtus.Pro. And we have to, I guess, extend them the honor of believing they've improved their Overpass from the last time they've played. Just because Fnatic Rising didn't improve their Vertigo doesn't mean Virtus.Pro didn't improve their Overpass. And they did improve their own Vertigo on top of already being better than Fnatic Rising on it. So we'll see a lot of these teams. There's just so much development all the time with these rosters. They're changing so much because their map pools are not even fully fleshed out. So now we'll get to see kind of live what improvements they bring. Was it Overpass week in the scrims?
My thoughts are if Fnatic lost Ancient despite picking it last time, and then picked it again today and showed us those improvements, and then on Vertigo, VP, they changed their strategy, right? VP, they chose Overpass as their pick last time around and got blown out of the water. I think if they were confident in their improvements, if they were really that confident in any kind of an improvement, I think they would have picked it again today and let Vertigo go to the decider.
That's a kind of a stretch.
Oh, yeah, I'm stretching, but,
Because if you get destroyed on it, maybe you can improve, but you don't want to pick it again.
But they still left it go to the decision. I'm trying to think back to the veto process, and maybe I'll pull it up just to take a gander, but like, what was the other option?
I thought you were so good.
Yeah, what was the other option? Where could we have ended other than Overpass? Mohan, I'm going to take a quick look.
Cobblestone.
VP.Prodigy removed Dust 2 in order to play Overpass as the final map. So they're going to have to justify that decision, and they're going to have to justify it
best map
on their T side. This is where we saw them fall, 4-11 against Fnatic Rising. Squeaky door blown off the hinges early. 4 players late fountain play. Bomb dropped in playground from VP.Prodigy. And already a ton of information being gathered here from the Fnatic squad. They've got to make sure that they don't get caught by Result. He's holding this ladder, and 2 of them are going to come up it. He's clearing the corner just as they emerge. Insta headshot to Regali. And the second player walks away. They show bomb, they show presence on long A, and they start to move elsewhere. They could catch this fight inside a connector. We're going to get like 6 guys all fighting in connector. Zarison tries to peek down into it. Pepsor, he's got his kill, and that's going to force their hand back to A site, it feels like. Unless Result attacks this from the back, and they just keep them stuck in. But if the CTs push out and kill the Bathrooms players first, then Result should also get turned on. Lamek looking to challenge from long. That's the bomb carrier in the moment. No, it's not, excuse me. It's still waiting. It's in Bathrooms. Result. Oh, that was his chance. Good thing he got there in the end. So many back and forth type moments. Pistol round getting messy, but they finally find their opening to get down towards B. They've wanted this for a long time, and they will be able to do it with 30 seconds left.
Fnatic Rising win almost every pistol we watch. This one will be a little bit harder, though. Smoke goes down in heaven. And CTs are just quite far away from this, so I don't know. They're starting to walk on over, taking the stairs route as well as CT, and Keve will be probably the first to take contact. Oh, I guess Resalt's so deep now that maybe it's him, but Banjo hasn't cleared this single just yet. Oh, and he still kills Resalt. Maybe there's a chance that Fnatic Rising can win a pistol again against all odds. Kevin's got to reload, but he still gets the kills, and they get both.
No bomb.
But they don't have a kit. Is there anybody?
He's got one. He gets there in time.
Woo! Dude, they never lose pistols.
God damn, it comes close. Resalt, listen.
Pistol gods.
Resalt got away with missing a few shots in the Bathrooms duel that one time, but when he had a similar fight to it down towards water, That's where it just doesn't go. Or excuse me, towards graffiti.
That's where Banjo drew the line in the sand.
This one, Resalt gets away with it. Here, Banjo says enough's enough.
You think it was karma or something?
Yeah, could have been. Cosmic justice.
Oh.
So the CT side, beginning with the pistol round win. Pistol rounds, of course, a specialty of the Rising squad, it feels. Double MP9 and a scout on the buy, but you could barely tell who actually won the first round if you look at what they purchased. Better utility for the defense, but better guns for the T's.
Yeah, that's always, there's always egg on Valve's face whenever the second round comes up in every game. In a situation like this, is like, what? And you know what? The weird cope is that despite this, it does help the game make best of ones make more sense.
Sure,
like,
yeah.
Even though that this round is so bad. Yeah, it's a little weird. But I do miss how many blowouts we used to get.
What do you mean?
Like, genuinely. I mean,
we shot a 16-5 on Vertigo.
Yeah, no, the Academy League's kind of cool because, like, maps can be so lopsided that it does feel like that. There are, like, you know, with all the top teams that play against each other, it's just never blowouts anymore.
Games feel so long.
Yeah, exactly.
Games feel so long.
Even 20 rounds feels like that's enough.
We've been playing some short games.
Oh my god, we've been playing short games. They're so addictive.
Very, very fun version of CS. I wouldn't want to see competitive Counter-Strike as short games.
Yeah.
But it really does make me enjoy the idea of like professional play on our MR12.
MR12, sure, yeah.
I do like MR12.
On my Boxer hub or whatever, where we got the U games going on MR12.
Boom, boom, boom.
It's nice. It feels long enough. We had a game go to OT on MR12. And it ended 16-14. We're like, damn, that was too long.
Sorry, here towards middle. Able to get 2 players down in the connector before the scout catches one on long. So
Time is a flat circle.
A flat circle. Oh my god. The Earth is a flat circle too.
Okay, Makalele.
Let's jump into the Fnatic team speak in order to see how they're going to close this 3-0 start.
I dropped it here, Heaven. Flash.
One park. I'm going back. Okay. Yeah, one park already.
Nothing big. Be clear.
I'm going long. I'm going to long.
I may as well.
Did you guys spot con?
No.
I'm watching long.
I'm close banana.
Yeah, I'm peeking banana with you.
Yeah.
Actually, I hold toilet fence. Yeah. I got your toilet.
I hold short. Yeah. I'm jail.
I can just flash toilet for you. Just take info. You can
just do it now.
Last time this
I feel it, sorry.
Last time this sneak day.
Nothing.
I'm peeking banana.
I'm really early in phone B. If they got
one banana, I'm talking.
Two more toilets.
A flash behind you.
One sunny low.
Both.
Nice.
Any got,
Yeah, take the
nice.
Galil.
Yeah.
I just had a revelation.
Yep.
I wish you could buy Galil's second round CT side.
Ooh, I think they call that the FAMAS.
No. Different gun for me.
Different beast.
Yeah. I want that 35 bullets.
Telling you, Galil's are good.
That pizza pepperoni spray pattern.
Legitimately good. Yeah, it's a cone. You just put it center mass, and you're gonna get your
hit all over.
35 bullets is pretty crazy as well for anti-ecos, anti-force buys.
You can be bad and win. That's the dream.
Yeah.
Would you rather be simple and lose every game, or be carried and win every game?
Be carried and win.
Facts.
Yeah.
And you just be rolling in cash
I
like
love
prize money.
winning. I love winning. And I don't have a big enough ego that I need to, have many kills. I just want.
You have a huge ego.
I don't.
And all you talk about is kills, actually.
Only when we're joking.
No, that's not true. It just came out more when you were drunk.
First buy has an op on each side, and Cheerful's the first sniper to shoot his shot. Doesn't catch the guy on the jump up. KST. Oh! He tried to flash it. He did flash it. Obviously, it wasn't that factor that got the frag.
Yeah.
But poor Cheerful just looked away from that peak right before it happened. Roofire is going to try to catch a timing inside of the A site, and this could work. The counter-terrorists have pushed forward, and nobody's watching behind them. What an error to make.
They made a bad mistake here, you're right. Is they didn't have bathrooms control. They had it smoked, and they were not able to take any control of it. And they're going to find KST, no problem. Roofire, very nice round.
What is that play?
They needed to go for the long adjustment there, and for whatever reason, we're just like, kind of wanted to be in bathrooms, but it was all smoke. They smoked themselves off, so there was no forward space there.
That's a very weird reposition.
I think they made a mistake, and of course, who's there to punish him right away?
It's got to be Roofire.
Big Roofire, baby.
Roofire slips in when you least expect it. That's what he does.
Yeah.
He dives down as he continues to fight towards Bank. Pepsor. Oh my God! It's actually doable. Keve's got the bomb covered off in smoke, throwing more and more utility. A fully blinded Zarison. Keve's going to tap it once, doesn't come out with the kill. It's one single player to make the difference here. Named Zarison. He survives with the op as well.
The other thing is Roofire was so oppable, right? Like, they came out long. How did they get so much space? They never went and checked it at all.
I don't get it.
He's playing sign right here. They get the kill, and Roofire literally walks the entire way up long. No problem. So that was a strange one. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, say they're just sort of a little foggy there, but that was a positional error. Unforced error.
That it was. And a 4 versus 5 win off of the back of it. So props to VP.Prodigy, working against the man disadvantage. fnatic Rising, of course, able to buy right back. Won't have an op this time. Lighter on utility as well. KST thinking about going all the way back, but seeing as long was the issue last round, maybe you want to kind of keep a set of eyes on it. 2 sets of eyes. 4 eyeballs.
4 eyes, and if they have glasses, could be up to 8.
But neither of them have glasses, so it's just 4. Roofire, but now they're not watching bathrooms.
What the hell?
Now they're not. Oh, but where'd the guy go? They both went down long.
Wow.
Roofire lines up one. Keve's going to get cleared, dude.
PT, dude.
What the hell?
I would like to say one thing. The absolute audacity of Wait, oh my God. I get Keve's like, I got to do something. I guess the round's actually not over yet. So
no, it's not. No, it's not.
It looked like a huge flank there, and he got the 2 kills, but he got traded off.
But they have short water control. So here's the thing. They've got short water control.
Yes.
If VP.Prodigy decide to go back down connector,
if they go out these doors, Pepsor will get 3 of them.
I think they realize they have to go back to A. They don't have any map control elsewhere, so they gave the CTs a good chance to reset the defense, and sure enough, Zarison's just going to be caught jumping. Banjo in with the kill. Bomb's been dropped, but Lomic looks to retaliate. Pepsor looks to hit this flank, and he finds that proper timing. Off in the hands of Cheerful, but they get swept, man. They left A site while it was still compromised to think about going back to B, decided, no, that's against our best interest, and that little bit of timing they gave away, Launders, that's enough for fnatic Rising to sink in the defense.
I think it's fair to say both these teams are a little bit weird.
Hesitations, man.
It's definitely a third map.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, both of them are weird, but I think the oddity that we've seen from fnatic Rising is only caused by
that was a bad mistake.
By the sheer confidence of Roofire. Like, first of all, walking up long A 2 rounds, like.
But even if he wasn't there, they shouldn't have been taking outside bathroom control when they smoked it.
Okay, for that one, sure. What about this last round? Like, he just walks up bathrooms. That's pretty brazen.
Yeah, no, it's sick. I mean, it's a good play both rounds.
Could have been walking into an op or something, but he finds it clear both times.
I have no problem with what Roofire did. He's a mega brain for doing what he did.
Mm-hmm.
What's your question?
I don't have a question.
Okay. Class is dismissed.
It's 5 rounds deep. We can't dismiss the class yet. This is literally the Academy League.
So, yeah, that's not very impressive stuff here from...
Just end the broadcast. I'm done. You can't do that, Launders.
I don't sound like I have a mustache.
Yeah.
So.
But you do have a mustache.
Is it still a mustache?
Yeah.
Attached?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've always had a mustache. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm flanking them every round.
Guys, I don't know how I'm pulling this off.
I like it. So,
guys, why don't you walk into the site with me?
Dude, with the absolute audacity, for there to be a signpost opper and Roofire to have a rifle and just walk up long.
That's what I'm saying. He's nuts.
He's
a madman.
Absolutely insane. But he finds the gaps, dude.
Yeah. Madness looks good on him.
He's in the brain. He's in their brains. He's a brain worm.
His door is just getting blown up blown open every round. Nothing makes me more nervous than when the connector door doesn't exist anymore. Roofire going to try to face a site, KST. Now this to me is a much more normal looking A-site defense. Regali, he's not watching long enough. There's already a player pushing past. He peeks into the Opera. That's good. But again, you're opening yourself to the long play. Yes, you get 2 kills, which is great, but there is a rotate already in position, if I'm not mistaken. Keve's now here. The timing just looks better for the CTs this time. Roofire ejects back down long. And this, just like last round, is a moment where they had an opening, but then they had to give it up ever so slightly.
You don't have to watch everything all the time. You just, like you said,
you have to watch it at the right time.
When there's timings, you have to have rotations.
They're going to take a third player, put him on the A site. Because B seems clear to Pepzor. This is the proper call. 30 seconds. Roofire re-engaging on long. It's being watched by Dumpster, thanks to Banjo. Incendiary's not going to change anybody's position. Regali good to stop the first, and Keve swings out. So that third player being at the A site makes everything all the easier. 5-1 CT lead for Fnatic Rising.
And you see they have the... I guess the difference there is they have the same setup outside bathrooms and the faster rotation from Keve or something like that. And also, they just have one closer outside divider. And they, the key kill there is Regali finds the op.
That'll do it. That will do it. And just like a smidgen of it too, man. Just saw him. Nice quick kill from Regali. And I was trying to pump him up for this third map because, again, Opper's paradise. For some, multitude of angles that he can fade away from. But this round, this is not one of those rounds where you want that op to be stuck in this position. You let the pistol swarm him. KST just left his Opper against a pistol push. Now they've got 2 weapons and an open route towards the A site. This is not the round to make that mistake. Oh, it's going to cost them, you'd think. They've already got players pushed up close, so the moment you come around this dumpster, you're going to get your head cracked. Cheerful trying to chase with the Tech 9, playing with grenades. Smoke should stave this off. And this is a round, this is a robbery of a round from VP.Prodigy.
They just ran at him full force like monster trucks.
And KST was the abandoned taxi.
What's that, Twisted Metal?
Yes.
Taxi, and that was that from there?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Twisted Metal. Good game. Classic.
Van Silly loved that game.
Did he?
Randomly, yeah.
Oh.
Just always talks about Twisted Metal.
I can see it.
Watch it back. It's just going to be a Tech 9 train.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I guess they really didn't. They not. I guess they really didn't know exactly how close these Tech 9s were getting. You have the when you have the op, you can see so much and so far, but you have to look. If you don't look, you will not see.
Why'd you make eye contact with me when you said that?
Because it was a deep moment.
It was deep. Okay. Sorry, I should have taken it more seriously.
Just because you have the option doesn't mean you have the information. You must participate in the action, Roofire says, to capitalize on the moment.
Come on, boys. A site's nothing.
What do we need? 6 flanks for me in 1 half, huh?
Makes it work.
I'm too old for this shit. I love that. I love how much he's talking.
All right. Well, that's such a wrench in the works. Everything, like, you know, the whole tale that was unfolding, the story was being written in front of us, and now we've had to erase 4 chapters because economically, Fnatic Rising now on the back foot off of the back of armored Tech 9s. What a kickstart for VP.Prodigy's attempt in this T side. They're going to take the gamble stack down towards B. Not a location that VP.Prodigy have really tested, but it does also enable the save if needed. They see that there's not much going on, and they begin to silently leave. The short player left here from VP.Prodigy. Ooh, Roofire Really?
They had no clue, dude. He just no matter
KST's
what.
just looking at nothing.
This guy
literally looking at nothing.
Yeah, actually.
Just looking into the wall for no reason.
He has no suspicion. At the long, dude, they've been 4-1ing every round. At this point, you can't. Oh, wow. Okay, nice clear.
They get the rotate up in time.
Wait, there's still 2 CTs here. They're not ready for this at all.
God.
They don't realize how many people are actually here on the site. So finally, some nades come down. If they knew, they would just be mauling stuff out earlier, but...
It's supposed to all fall, and it will in the end, but...
Okay, it's expensive, but they find the trades. Bro, at this point,
yeah,
it's no longer... It's magical how Roofire is getting these kills, but like you said, there is nothing else to do except...
Clear that corner.
Clear that just before you go to that corner, even if you think there's nobody there. Because the fact that Roofire has been there, like, a lot of times now, he's there. I don't know how he's getting there without any notice at all, but he's getting there, so... You know, that would have been the freest kill of your life.
It's like
I'm going to give that to the MP9 if the MP9 clears that.
Yeah, if the MP9 was not staring at a wall.
I give him at least a good chance of getting that kill.
All right, now VP.Prodigy are going to go hit up this B site maybe. We're going to get the connector stack from the USPs of fnatic Rising.
How many does Lamek get? Lamek gets
4.
Okay. 2. 3.
Zarison and Resalt get into the mix as well, but, you know, desperate round for fnatic Rising. Damn, man. If it wasn't for Roofire, and if it wasn't for that Tech-9 rush...
It wasn't for that meddling Roofire.
Damn you, Roofire!
He has 3 full rounds to his name.
Dude, it's crazy how much impact
He's
this guy
the GOAT,
creates.
man. He's the GOAT.
This is like the first time they played on Ancient 4 days ago.
And he, like, appears to be calling, too.
Yeah. It's Roofire, baby. You kids are all idiots. I'm the best player in this league. He's making the right decisions. Making the right moves. Let's see if they can stop the playground push. Ooh, that's damage done. Regali gonna fade away. Roofire relegated to connector. But because the fallback from the A site happens, now the CT inside connector is very much on his own.
Dude, fnatic plays so passive so quickly.
Yeah, they're scared.
The only time they even pushed up previously was on the wrong round versus those Tech-9s, and they got punished off, but they peel back very fast. And I appreciate that VP.Prodigy. Don't overestimate them. They just run up on them as soon as they know they've fallen back. They win a lot of time that way, you know.
Connector cleared out. Roofire knows that the CTs have given them even more space. Not only bathrooms, not only along, but connector too. And even with a player just sitting in short water, we've got another CT on here? Short B.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's an AUG.
AUG, yeah. Regali, he already beat... Oh, he gets the headshot into Roofire. That's a hell of a parting gift.
Okay.
Resalt with the refrag and an additional kill to KST.
They don't have
There's still a player in sight, though.
Yeah.
That's Banjo. And he's always been good for at least 1, usually 2. Bomb plant almost taken on Van.
Oh, wait.
Resalt could go down to the B site. He's being flanked by 2 CTs. They're both going to come into the peak. And Resalt, well, he tried his damnedest, but he can't go any further. It's fnatic Rising back with their winning ways.
That was a nice AUG. It was, the setup was fine, and then the AUG was just so good there. Like, individually, that was I think he got cleared by an AWP through Divider and just had a laser sharp angle. So, laser sharp, a tiny angle.
Laser beams.
Yeah.
He
had
also
the red dot on the AUG.
Also outdueled the original Opera on long from A site.
Right.
So
damn.
2 crucial kills with the scoped rifle.
AUGs go crazy, especially on overpass. Don't sleep on your AUGs on overpass.
But he drops it for the A1S. A little bit of utility usage here towards short. Resalt actually burned down to 44.
The smoke hit the end of the molly and didn't burn the whole thing.
And he ran right through it.
I think there should be a different sound when it doesn't burn out the entire Molotov.
Oh, yeah, more like a...
And there should be a different sound for a dink when it only does 40 damage.
Ooh, yeah.
Let's add some nuance.
These are good suggestions.
Thank you.
Roofire doing what he does.
Roofire's coming. Oh, they're jump spotting and they don't see him. Oh, they're jump spotting.
Not ready for the short push.
Oh, he's going to get...
Oh! KST gets the better of it. This is going to be the B hit. We've got short control for fnatic Rising, but it gets dropped by Zarison. 7 health left for him. and he's going to prioritize the bomb plant. Covered by Cheerful's op. If anybody peeks out from Graffiti, they're a dead man walking. Lomic going to walk ever closer. They actually go for the boost. This could be well timed. If the smoke fades and they can see Cheerful, that's one thing. If Lomic comes up and attempts to challenge, that's another. But he's going to have slipped into the one little piece of pit that hasn't been hard hit by this check. Lomic comes out from his hole, and with Cheerful, he's able to get a couple of kills in this position. They've got the post plant secured, a 5th for VP.Prodigy. They've improved on their T side from the last time these teams met, and they still have even more rounds to win.
They didn't even need Roofire for this one. I mean, he came through and got some info. He's got them all the way back on their sites, right? So, I mean, he had them, he knew exactly where one was there and made some progress. He didn't get the kills. It came down to the trades over here. It was just a weird round, honestly, with the exec, because it didn't feel like there was an exec happening. Like, there's people walking out of Monster while people are walking into short. Like, there's people walking on a site while people are walking on a short. So it was just a very awkward timing there, I think, from VP.Prodigy, and a very unique round from that perspective with the pushes that came out.
The short push from fnatic Rising as well, right? The front player is looking towards the corner on right as if he's underneath boost, when really this player is just sitting on short pipe. But there's a second player with him who would have been able to watch for that swing that the guy in front was actually holding. So also, like, these little issues within micro communications, front player should have been clearing close left, would have had the heads up 1v1. What he was looking at had to have been held, unless, I don't know, maybe this blown open door and connector is creating problems, and maybe that's drawing their attention instead.
That's the thing, like, you know, normally on CT side, if you're going to push short water, you take stairs control with it. For that exact reason, because otherwise the T's will use it against you. And I mean, if you take short water as a CT with stairs, you have an insanely powerful attack on short if they decide to come short. So yeah, if your attention gets divided because you didn't take that stairs control, then you know you're taking that risk.
Wide swing from the dumpster here with just the pistols. Oh, I say just the pistols, but they start to hit hard. It's 2 tagged up CTs left over, make it just the one. KST, headshot off the P250.
Oh, to the
Deagle now. Oh, and he catches a player with a nade out. Both these terrorists right ahead of him, but Resalt's able to swing and get VP.Prodigy to their 6th. So this is a tied game, folks. 6 T rounds for the VPP, and fnatic Rising back on the bye.
VPP, what a funny acronym to add the extra P. VPP.
VPP. The Prodigies.
The Prodigies. Much to prove. This would be very surprising to see VP.Prodigy, you know, take the map, despite putting up a nice half here. They've already answered some of the problems. I mean, we'll see what happens in the second half, but a marked improvement.
Yes.
It's not like super quality either way, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. I see fnatic Rising. They don't look as good as they did last time, and VP.Prodigy are playing a little bit weird in this work-in, but neither of these teams look very, very comfortable right now in Overpass. They're playing it their own way. I just find it amazing how Roofire kind of... I just like wonder, you know, what is the identity of the team if not, you know, Roofire making the plays that he does, finding the kind of space that he does.
It is he is the identity of this team.
Unique, yeah.
I don't think their success
where would they be able to stand
without
out?
what he does.
Yeah.
I think they'd just be another team, but Roofire is what gives this team character. And by extension, a chance at winning here in this best of 3. But he gets shut down by KST. Finally, a bit more forward presence from fnatic Rising on this A site, dude. It's actually starting to give me flashbacks.
Look at this, dude. They played 4A and they didn't push through A either, so they're a little bit slow. And I think they're like really nervous now.
Yeah, nerves.
There's one back pit. Are the T's gonna know about this?
One dropped into water.
Oh, this back pit's dead. Oh my god, they're so tricky, man.
Lomic's gonna play close. I see the player jumping, but they are also throwing utility at both of these CTs. Starting to kind of get a little disjointed. There's so much presence from VP.Prodigy inside of the water. That's 3 players here within the pit. KST gets 1 from the heaven, shut down by Zarison, who's the back line for these terrorists just holding. Cheerful able to knock down Regali, and they're more worried about him than the players up close. It's Banjo versus Lomik, but a huge health advantage for Lomik. He's never going to throw that one, and we've got a 7th for VP.Prodigy. Wow. They extend this lead.
Man, that's outcalled right there because, you know, fnatic Rising go for the 4A stack, but sometimes when you do this, you need to have, first of all, you can't give away too many of your pieces, because if you do, you're just such a far rotation away. If there's any chance that someone can walk out Monster, they will. Any smart team will walk out Monster whenever they know there's some kind of like heavy lean towards the A side, because Monster walkouts are very, very powerful. In this situation, I mean, they were planning it from the jump to get out Monster, and fnatic Rising instantly went for that 4A stack. What I didn't love about the 4A stack is that they weren't doing it with a push. So they don't open themselves up to a big flank either, right? So there's no like bonus that they get. Instead, they come back a little bit late, and they come back to standard retake positions, and so it's a little bit vanilla and it's a little bit slow. But also, it's just, it looks even worse because VP.Prodigy had like 4 walking out Monster as soon as they left, which was a nice call.
Calls have been good from VP.Prodigy.
Yeah, they have been reading the game very well.
And coupled with that, it's not just the calls from Roofire, but his moves as well, his opening plays. Like he's living and breathing the strategy, putting himself at the center, or not even the center of it, but the front of it, right? He's either the first person to get a kill or the first person to die.
Yeah.
Not this round, I suppose it's a bad example, but...
Yeah, usually, yeah.
Usually, and honestly, more often dying. He's 5 and 11. For the amount of impact that I've seen him make,
you can't
I wouldn't think he's 5 and 11.
You can't appreciate Roofire without watching the game. That's why I said if stats don't exist, Almanac is the best player on G2. I'm not sure if I think that's true anymore, but at one point I did for sure.
Yeah.
and it's just to say that
there was that week.
You've got to watch. Sometimes you've got to watch the actual game. Like you can only get, you're going to get a very cold understanding of why people are winning rounds if you are only looking at the stats. But there are specific players on a lot of teams that they create space, and there's not really a way to quantify it on HLTV or
like Sanji.
Yeah, well, like Hampus.
Like Sanji.
Yeah.
Because there's no stat for how many guns get dropped.
Yeah. No, I mean, just unquantifiable. Yeah, sure. But yeah, in terms of the creating space, I think, a lot of the scout IGLs, Boomich and Hampus, Kerrigan, Nafany, these guys have a intrinsic value outside of what the stats kind of show. And Roofire is showing that same value is what I'm trying to say. He's not quite a Nafany, but it's good enough for these matches for sure.
Final attempt here for fnatic Rising to keep this lead as minimal as possible. Banjo gonna get pinched here. The swing out from Connector.
See, this is why now he's dead.
Oh yeah.
This is why This is why when you're pushing towards short, if you don't have stairs control like that, it gets used against you.
Then you get sucker punched.
And
you find yourself in a 3v4 retake for the final round of the CT side. So VP.Prodigy already able to double the round count from their previous T side in this matchup. Now it's just a matter of going one round better. Utility in the post plants looking very strong for VPP. They've got the smoke double frag. And the counter-terrorists, just 2 smokes of their own to try and move this one forward. 2 players inside of the pit, essentially lining up. Xeris, so much so that down they go.
Oh.
Cheerful, he's got time on his side and the smoke to work within, but Regali with the no-scope hits it. However, no time for this retake. No point in the save, just to pad those stats as we get the 9 T rounds secured.
Well.
And look at that blowout, man.
Goddamn.
From 5-1 to 6-9.
Damn, a 17 kill half for Result.
Huge.
Very, very insane trades. That is not normally at all.
He is very good, but this is not normal.
This is not normally. And they almost won the pistol. Remember this? There was a crazy retake on the pistol. No one could have expected this. This is Virtus.Prodigy.
Like I said the entire time, VP.Prodigy definitely the favorites on Overpass.
Yeah, beating the odds here. Beating the odds, beating the expectations. And I mean, I want to give them credit for like being better than they were last time, but I don't think that they were. I don't think they were necessarily like an insane team that did a lot of cool stuff. I think they had a couple of good rounds.
So
I think they just had this weird play that worked very well with Roofire a lot.
And I think that when they won the last
Fnatic Rising, they had a lot of gaps. Honestly, some of these B rounds, the short pushes were not good. They had a couple of sketchy A rounds. They lost an eco where they got run down by Tech9, so they just weren't playing as well as they did last time either.
I think the X factor that you're identifying here with Roofire making these wild plays and you know Fnatic Rising having cracks in their setups, I think that is the reason that in the first best of 3, we would have said the same thing about Ancient. Remember how Roofire made that impression on us because he was doing all these crazy moments that like almost felt like inexplicable, but were so consistently working or so consistently having impact that we praised him instead of, you know, mocking it. This is another one of those moments where like Roofire's identity, Roofire's his back alley dealings, it's working, man. And Fnatic Rising, they've got to feel the pressure. Let's hear if we can hear it ourselves, jumping into their team speak.
Do you hear anything, Monster?
No. Nothing. No one flashed anything.
Yeah, I'm picking now.
Watching short pipe.
Don't see anyone. I'll keep searching, right?
Yeah, you should do it. Just legal everything.
I don't see anyone.
One jail or wood. Is wood.
One monster. Yeah, he's just stepping. He saw nothing. Wait a bit, they're gonna rotate in a second. 5 seconds and we try to go B.
And one side.
I think they're gonna rotate up. We should go monster now.
Go now. I can't smoke Heaven. Can you wait?
He saw us?
No. Yeah, go. Pillar flashes.
He dropped water.
I will pick that pillar. Wait.
Long time. It's 3A.
Now.
Lower.
Oh, he went CT.
You should kill him.
Heaven. 2 lower.
Dead.
Two. Take Heaven.
One lower.
One is short.
Under.
Short.
2.
Stand back short.
Dead.
Maybe one more.
One lower.
I planned for Heaven. Forward still.
You can hide, French.
He's fighting
Monster, the other one. Can we kill him lower?
Yeah, we can. Just come, guys.
Just jump.
Kill him.
Nice.
It's plant.
Pushing.
Like left side.
Yeah, he's not holding it. He's not defusing.
Yeah, okay.
He's pushing us. Pushing lower.
I can check first.
Kevin.
Might be close.
Kevin, please.
His water. Short, maybe. Yeah, he's saving.
Nice. Good job. Sick round. Nice, France.
Fnatic, Rising, and pistol rounds. Name a better duo. These guys do not miss on pistols.
Dude, Banjo, 3 kills. 3 kills, heavy impact, making it happen, making that chance look a little more lively. Lots of communication there between trying to sell the fake up on the A site and then hitting into B. And like a little moment of uncertainty at times as if like, no, not now, no, please wait. Like back and forth affair in terms of the comms, but they don't lose pistols, man.
They actually have won. I actually wonder how few pistols. I really don't remember them losing any pistols. I know that sounds ridiculous, but maybe our desk could check after the game. That would be insane to look at their pistol stats so far across the tournament. Because I want to even say one, but I can't remember even one that they've lost.
And even if they don't win every pistol, it's the fact that we think they might.
Dude,
that just they
got pistol round aura.
Really reminds us they've always got a clean plan, but they have to convert. What's the point of winning pistol if you can't convert?
Facts.
Trailing by 2 on the T side.
And they couldn't convert last time. VP.Prodigy won on Vertigo. Oh, this resmoke. They're so mad about it. They're so frustrated. Yeah. Oh, they're pissed off. They don't want to turn divider. They can't go through this. Look at the shadow that's going to be offered up when they turn the corner here. Oh, more CTs coming. Oh, they're so mad.
Zarison tagged up ever so slightly. They're starting to fall away. Lomic's got the CZ kill. Deagle's good for Zarison. How is he still up? Regali with the wallbang scout shot, that's something, but Rufire still yet to swing. KST kills him, and now they've caught another. But this flank up from Connector, it's currently being watched. KST nails it, sticks the landing, and gets fnatic Rising onto their 8th.
That was such a good understanding of their position and their advantage. And that re-smoke in the bathrooms just got into fnatic Rising's head so badly. They were like, they could hear a mouse running around underneath the floorboards, and they just didn't know how to get to it. And it almost cost them the round here. This is a great rifle trade from, scout trade from Regali and the rest of his teammates to find the kills, but it was a close one. It was very close. It wasn't sexy, it was expensive. It was like the Fortnite Balenciaga collaboration. Not sexy, but expensive.
I don't know, man. I think that model worked it.
Yeah.
I think it was all in the glasses.
I actually thought the glasses were kind of nuts.
They went hard. Ooh, and so will Banjo.
What other, like, what's like another Banjo riff?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
It's like asking me, like, hey, what's the most popular accordion sound?
Go ahead.
I don't know.
What the hell?
That's as hard of a question.
I thought you would even know. I thought you would know that one.
No, dude. Who the hell plays
That really made me
accordions?
wonder.
Accordions, man. That's for freaks.
What?
It's a weird instrument, dude.
You're really,
It's like a vacuum cleaner and a keyboard.
you're alienating our audience.
Well, I don't think anybody in the audience can play the accordion. And if I'm wrong, I'll send you $100. Send me a video via DM. I swear to God, $100.
There you have it, chat.
Keve headshot versus Resalt. A-Site starting to feel this pressure. Cheerful can't see a damn thing, but he doesn't need to. Oh! He doesn't need to see, because he feels the game. 2 scout headshots.
Oh my God.
An A-Site hold out of nowhere. And unfortunately for VP.Prodigy, his talent may fall in vain unless Rufire can close this 1 HP. Of course not. What the hell is that?
That's crazy, man. Honestly, that's almost as good as my scout. I'm not going to hijack this play just to say my scout is good. I'm sorry.
What?
The second shot?
What?
The second shot, I mean, that was... What an inspirited... Oh my God.
How?
He said, Symbol, take the wheel.
Simple take the wheel, man. Simple take the mouse. Well, that's quite something. That'll jolt you back to reality.
They're doing some damage every round. And look at Cheerful. He's opping. It's a value village buy here for the VP.Prodigy outside of Cheerful, but Cheerful's op is insane, man. He's a very impactful opper. He hasn't been like the most outstanding player, I think, in this series, but he's definitely been good. And that's, honestly, that's worth considering what he sees with it.
Now Cheerful knows to play a little bit more cautiously.
I think he's not hearing this. Run-up Pepsor definitely took a few steps. And Cheerful has stairs control or someone in it, but oh, he's going to scope now.
Oh man, he's playing a dangerous game.
I wonder if he did scope, actually. Wow. Okay,
Missed his shot.
Oh, God. Does he have an escape?
No, he's got to fight tooth and nail. He'll at least drop Keve, but sure enough, as expected, a position like that with no support, no teammates, no flashbangs, like it was just a matter of how many players can I take right now because I know I'm going to die. And at the very least, he drops one body with him.
It was very good that they mollied him. That could have set him up to have like a brokey moment, you know.
No move to the A site though. Despite all that presence, they're going to keep 2 players down on B locked in.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, fnatic Rising wastes no time. Take all of long control for free. Rufire going to try to tuck his head, but he's been spotted. His brain's too big. He can't hide the whole thing.
All the gray matter. And the hair gel.
No, now it's all splattered. Now the save has to be called. No way you make this one happen. We've got fnatic Rising back to the lead, 10-9. This T side has yet to falter.
Yeah, and the info just comes so late. There's no chance to rotate over. I think there is, you know, there's Cheerful standing up there at Balloons in a very, very strong spot for an Opper. Would have made even more stronger with one person stairs, smoke to escape, a flash to escape, a molly for himself. Literally any nade would have allowed him to have a multi-kill. But I would say that it was a great. They dealt with him very well. We're watching back Cheerful's second scout kill, and he is a beast Opper, and he's a beast scout player, and he's very, very talented with these scoped weapons.
It's the best scout play of the season yet.
It was the WePlay of the season.
WePlay.
The scout WePlay of the season. Scout. The play.
Stop. Right there. Enough.
Welcome to Academy League Season 2, Episode 6.
Damn, time flies.
Time for a pause.
Okay.
So I missed the Annie Major because I'm not Dota talent.
That would have been fun.
Oh, man. What a beautiful event that was to watch.
That was wild. That is the reason I found out about WePlay.
The Annie Major?
Yeah. And I don't watch any Dota. I don't even watch the international.
Oh, right.
And I tuned into multiple broadcasts for the Animator because I thought it was so freaking cool.
Yeah.
Such a unique event.
That was awesome. Don't you remember there was a clip from a WePlay event that ended up on the CSGO subreddit like a year ago or something? It was also from, I think, Dota, where they just did augmented. They did an AR set where they zoomed out from the set really far. And there was a city.
Cyberpunk
that was
city.
Also WePlay.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember that moment.
Yeah.
I remember that moment.
That was when I fell in love.
Okay. I do remember that clip. Yeah, I remember that. It was like very purplish.
From that moment, I was like, I have to work with WePlay one day.
Well, here we are.
That was just too. I was like, this is cool. Okay. And then the costumes,
Launders were home.
Yep. If they'll allow us to move in.
That's true. I'm not going to squat.
I mean, I will literally sleep on the carpet.
I mean, the set has a bunch of couches.
I'll clean up too.
Impactful round, this one.
Exertion was in my chat earlier when I was streaming.
What'd he say?
He was just like, what's going on? So I give him a sub. And he's like, hey, what's up? I was like, dude, you're awesome. You're a great rifler. And I was just saying, like, you know, this league, it's a great initiative, and it might be a very big thing one day, and it's got the teams behind it. So it's like, academies make perfect sense, and they're already being incorporated in the high-level CS world, and it's just bringing structure to CS where it needs it the most.
I think
and it's just one more way to reinforce, you know, this beautiful open circuit that we have. You know, it's a little messy sometimes. This makes it better, and you know, I was just saying, like, he's been able to put a stamp in history with some of the early seasons of the WePlay Academy League by playing so well, being one of the riflers to look forward to. But in this game, well, there are some other riflers to look forward to. Zerison, for example. Lawmick here from Headshot.
Yep.
See if he can put up a hold. Wow, they had a great crossfire between the two of them.
Easy kills. Woo. Nothing but ease for VPP. Zerison finds two players with their backs turned in this one. One guy in short water throwing smoke grenades, and then the second trying to get the barrels guy out. So Lawmick did some justice by just staying alive, keeping his head down, keeping the attention turned on him. VP.Prodigy, their first CT round win, but this is what happens when the door is not on its hinges, okay? That's why I'm afraid of it.
Yeah.
It is just this gaping hole that either team can throw themselves through. And not to mention, you don't even have to go through the doorway. There's just so many angles that open up.
Oh, you're sitting on the stairs? So powerful to shoot it.
So many angles.
Yeah. Very powerful.
Now VP.Prodigy have to do what matters most, which is win rounds back-to-back.
Ooh.
KST is floating. Oh my god, it's some kind of wizard. How does he float like this? How can you defy gravity?
Wonka W. Boost up. Stairs is open.
Here's a nade.
Ah, take this and get out of here.
All right. Roofire could throw the smoke,
All
or he
right.
could make his teammate do it for him.
Yeah. So we see on A site, they have this Gob B smoke outside the bathroom. It's a divider smoke. They're re-smoking it as well. I like how they're playing around A in terms of taking control of things. And you can see from fnatic Rising, they really want to disrespect the space. It feels like before maybe they go back B. But because VP are doing a good job of staying out here, it's causing them problems. It's burning time off the clock. And now the A attack might just come into full effect. So let's see what happens. You know, Cheerful, I feel like they've got a good feeling for this. They've got a very good feeling for this.
Yeah, they're on high alert.
Will Cheerful hit the shot is the question. Does he understand exactly how close they are
Oh,
exactly?
no.
No, Regali will be the one to take him down. And this makes this situation incredibly hard for Zarison. And he tries to rotate out. Regali is so quick to punish him for trying to make that move.
Roofire blinded like a bat. Mac 10 in with 1. And Kevi kills Lamek, so we've got the A site in ruin.
Wonderful from Regali on this
Dude,
round.
makes a world of difference with his 3 kills as well towards the end. Shuts down Resalt, puts the 3 in Resalt.
We have to understand Zarison doesn't have a way out. If he crosses into that corner of the bathrooms, he can potentially delay a little longer. If Regali doesn't peek him right at that moment, and he does cross over after getting his kill, their rotations can come in. They might be able to put up a sight hold. They burned a lot of time off the clock, but Regali is right there.
I did feel...
And honestly, man, I haven't seen Regali have consistently high impact across every round, but he seems to have 2 or 3 rounds where he is the beginning and end of it. Like he is making
Alpha
the huge
Omega.
play. He's going huge in clutch, and I see him. There's a huge X factor in that regard.
I could kind of feel that one going south for the CTs. When Cheerful was throwing all of his utility, he kind of moving around.
Feel how close they were, right?
Yeah, he didn't sense that danger was as close as it was, man. He didn't see the crocodile on the shoreline.
He was doing a good job of avoiding the fights up until that moment, and Regali hits a beauty of a shot right from the outside of divider. Very careful about that approach.
This is it. All the economy on the line for VP.Prodigy. fnatic Rising got a good chance, right? If they're the crocodile, then they've got VP.Prodigy in their jaws. And they're about to start spinning. What?
I don't know. That just seems so painful.
Yeah.
Just be spinning in crocodile jaws.
That's what they do, man.
They just
it's crocodile death roll.
Whip you around in their mouth.
That's literally their strategy. They pick you up and they just start spinning in circles.
Wow, that's horrible.
Not like circles this way, like turning over.
Right. Oh,
they just
man.
twist you and flail you.
Oh, they know how
That's
much that
all they do,
hurts.
man. They're like a bear trap that spins like a top.
They're like bear trap with a tail and scales.
And also, like, because they live in water, you're also in water.
Oh, you're drowning while you're getting spun.
You're just splashing in your face, man. You can't breathe.
It's literally like,
can't see. It's all muddy.
It's like being laundry.
It's like being laundry, yes. Except you've already lost a leg. Zarison peeks out into the AK barrel of Pepsor. Blasted away. Cheerful now left on an island. But he's not alone. He's got Roofire sort of working with him. Pepsor's shadow has been seen.
He has a teammate here at long, so this will help Roofire play with this very powerful angle.
Ooh, Lamek gets popped. He was coming up from connector trying to find something to attack, and now B-site is open. fnatic Rising making the proper moves.
Okay.
Making the right adjustments. And Resalt crossing over. Flash goes beyond him. He dies out to the first fight. It's Banjo with the headshot, and fnatic Rising about to take their 12th.
Nice with that lurk. Very beautiful stuff. Nice work in the default. They kept that monster option open, and they even survived. They get the info on the long setup from the CT side, and they avoid most of the friction. That's what you like to see. That's what you like to see. That was a very nice round from fnatic Rising. Can always count on their T sides to show you something cool.
And it was going to be their T side that had to be like above and beyond tonight, just because VP.Prodigy showed us improvements on their offensive half. You know, we didn't get to see the full look from fnatic Rising's T side last time around. All the way, ding, 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 ding. You win. Let me see if somebody sent me a message about accordions. But I
hope
doubt
you're
it.
at hundreds of dollars.
I highly doubt
For
it.
all the 500 accordion players in chat, I just hope you have some kind of recording device so that you could send Scrawny this video and siphon the money out of him.
Nope, nothing. Nothing at all.
He would send you the money, by the way. So
I'm good for it.
If you got the accordion lying around, I mean, technically, you don't even have to be good at it. Because, no?
You're right. I didn't specify.
Yeah, you didn't specify.
I did. Oh, yeah, I opened
if your
myself to
dad's
this situation.
banjo or accordion is lying around, play it. Send him a video on Twitter. Take that money. Take that money from him.
Get your greens. Pepsor, dude. Oh my goodness, this is a fast one. He was the guy who last round cracked open the bathrooms player just by being so far forward that they didn't see it coming. And again, dude, it's 3 kills immediately for fnatic Rising. 1, 2, 3.
You know, I don't know if it's because of the specific how much they relied on Roofire in that first half to get the kills and the crazy plays he was making. That made me not like the whole game plan, but like you have to respect that with VP.Prodigy because that's who they are on every map. It's not like they changed that part of them. Just on some maps, it looks like that it's utilized in a. It's. I don't know how to put this best, but it feels like it's more calculated sometimes with Roofire.
Okay.
Sometimes it feels a little bit more lucky, I guess. Like on Ancient, I'm not so sure. It's a little bit messy on Ancient. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. On this map, I felt like very, very high risk, but also got rewarded a number of times. So I just don't want to be results-oriented sometimes when we see the kills that he gets. Outcome-oriented. But Fnatic Rising on this T side, I think they're getting some of the same value that Roofire was adding without outputting as much risk, right? Like with how they walked out Monster that one round, how they're working the A site and not overcommitting. I feel like they're doing some of that same, they're bringing some of that same magic that Roofire brought, but more as a whole unit.
Op adjustment, Launders. 2 snipers for VP.Prodigy this round.
I love seeing an op adjustment when things are just not working. When,
yeah.
Like, on a nice big map like Overpass, it's A site is just palatial. There's so many long angles. I think bring in the extra ops.
Overpass is the biggest map in the pool, correct?
I think biggest is a weird word though, because
play space.
Whenever I talk to FM Pwn, he's always like, this is something people always say about maps. It's just not true. Everyone says Inferno has long rotations. This is not true. And it's about feeling really, because I think when you actually line up the maps, you're not going to find that many differences. Oh my God. Okay, Result is going to try to keep this game competitive. This is even without the ops.
Yeah, he comes out from connector. 2 players also dropped right there and then. If it wasn't for the Molotov, he'd still be alive as well. So props to Result to just committing, but cheerful Cyclops. He was so focused on short side Lomic. This is going to be an up-close op shot that also falls to the AK. So both those snipers actually become problematic. And then a jump here from Zarison. He will be attacked by Pepsor up close and personal, rounding these boxes. They've got the A site open, and there's no chance to stop it. Roofire, you could see the disappointment, the desperation.
That was just beautiful rifling there from Mr. Pepsorator.
3v4 from Fnatic Rising. From 3v4 to 3v1. Both the ops, Mohan, looking past, looking too far down the road. You can't look at the finish line if you're not there yet.
Completely timing, yeah. That was Usain Bolt celebrating too early. Well, they weren't celebrating. They weren't messing around. They just had no idea. They had no idea, basically.
They were expecting that fight to be so much further.
Yeah, they got the shirt pulled over their head and pushed into the ocean in the middle of winter.
And then the alligator.
With sharks everywhere. With their shoes tied to each other.
Oh my God, it's dire.
And glue on their eyelids.
That's where I draw the line. This is just inhumane. Result, dude, he kicked it off so nicely as well, and like he needed that because if not, you had Lomic inside short water who would have had to turn around, kill 2 players, and that's again a close-up op. So if it wasn't for Result, let's say Result dies to the first player, dude, that's a 5v3 right out the gate for Fnatic Rising. I think the whole setup falls apart if Refire, excuse me, Result. Oh my God.
I gotta do it all the time, man. These guys, they could be like Go tanks or something.
Yeah, they fuse. All right, here it is. 15 for Fnatic Rising. For VP.Prodigy, keep them off it. A deep play towards the playground. Regali is going to keep his sniper scoped in. And the counter-terrorists go from long to the steps of party. Lomic starting with a kill. There we have it. Again, back-to-back rounds. Man advantage to the favor of VP.Prodigy. But at the same time, they've actually found timing on their short control. This third player in Keve could get caught by the Opera, but there's nobody inside the site to stop it. Resalt does turn his head back around, and Rufire's still up in heaven, so there's definitely a good chance for the CTs to just lock this in.
Oh!
Very, very poor shots from Banjo. Uncharacteristic and unsuccessful. Boost onto the sandbags towards short side. These last two terrorists are going to be desperate for anything that they can find, but it's just a swarm and a sweep of the T side. An 11th for VP.Prodigy. No 15th secured just yet.
Oh, they can take a breath at least. They got 5 alive. They maintain against match point. That's so nice for them. That they'll at least get some money in the bank in case things go south. Plus, they can kind of inch forward now. Take a nice dent in the economy of Fnatic Rising, though there's still a pool of money that they can work for them. But that's a small victory.
Only the second round in the last 10 that the CT side has won, though.
Yeah.
2 out of 10 on this second half.
Right. No, I feel like they're only going to win this round or win this game if Fnatic Rising choke or make some serious mistakes, because so far they look like they're just so far ahead even in the second half, especially in the second half, I suppose.
Smoke grenade keeps Zarison turned back. This would be a hell of a round to hit the B site. A 4v2. And Pepsor loves to play a little contact.
Oh, man,
that's a 30-bullet spam.
Yeah,
I thought Pepsor was going to swing.
Sure, yeah, no, that's the thing you think about for sure. No, they're just worried, oh, maybe it's a bait or something. Maybe it didn't feel like it was close enough. But I'm with you.
Banjo kills Zarison.
Oh, Banjo gets stairs with Zarison. Oh my god.
Connector man down. Still CT's inside connector trying to fight it. Rufire just standing on a platform. Traded back by KST as the monster also falls. Now the bomb's being delayed, and that's something worth noting. But the counter-terrorists, they're gone.
They can smoke short off. They can plant.
Oh, they're gone. They're going to save.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's... Yeah, they still... I mean, they had 1 round of money, but they spend it in the next one.
What's the difference here? No result on short. No result on short. They took it very quickly, Fnatic Rising.
Yeah, they just pressed up on short so quickly, and they had open lines. They didn't expect any kind of op there, so they were willing to take the rifle duels. And I feel like they're so confident right now, especially Pepsor. He's just been winning such a high percentage of his opening plays solo that I don't think any man fear is in Pepsor's head.
No.
He's in their head, I think.
Yes.
You know, he's got the confidence. Like, you can even see it when he swung on the back default guy that other round, and he didn't crouch, you know what I mean? Like, he believes he's going to win these duels. He's doing a fantastic job this match.
He's shooting hot.
Pepsorator.
Currently 17 and 18.
Big Pep.
Not top fragging, but
Pepe.
Definitely impactful on the T side. That's just
big.
Rude. Not to mention Resalt blinded over on Monster, so... Lamek immediately buys up that secondary op. We've also got an AUG added to the list. Maybe going to be playing at a further distance. We're going to jump into the Fnatic Rising TeamSpeak to see if they can end this series and lock in that winner's BO3 for a chance at the LAN.
Yeah, me and Pepe will
I'm dropping one low.
Yeah.
Dropping.
Taper
They smoke monster.
I'm pushing short.
I'm watching short, I have it.
I have a con.
One monster jail.
Dead.
Nice.
Nice.
One
I
jail.
will molly
One more spamming.
Yeah, yes, yes.
And one more jail.
There's 1 B, guys.
Yeah. I will molly burst again.
There
They
is
smoke
smoke
monster.
monster.
Can we
One
back up and take
One's
control
ABC,
A?
guys.
Yeah, we can.
Still ABC.
Yeah. I will come underground.
Running water. I think there will
I
be
don't check
3 guys B.
Yeah.
They smoke banana.
You
we push
can you go? Yeah, you will be your results. Can we double nade, Matthias?
One's
You
going
think-
back ABC. Maybe they're rotating
Yeah.
back, guys.
Should we nade wood or barrels?
Nade barrels, guys.
Yeah,
Just
nade
nade barrels.
You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. I'm just dropping the bomb underground. You come mid now, Julian. You just need to try to clear it.
Yeah.
You can go long if you want, Julian.
No, I'll go mid. I'll do pick flash and I will pick.
Yeah.
You just need to check long turrets.
Take the bomb, Matthias. Stay B,
Yeah.
Franz. And listen. It's really like just give us everything. you
I
have.
haven't heard anything.
I'm checking long turrets and I will do pick flash 1 hour.
I have molly and flash.
Take
Yeah.
pick flash now and I will pick. I don't see side.
Okay, we
Nothing
double yeah,
rotating
let's smoke. Let's smoke and we're gonna go B. I will smoke stairs.
Yeah,
You
okay.
smoke stairs. Smoke
Yeah,
stairs.
I'm smoking
Go,
stairs.
go, go.
I'm close short,
Go B
guys.
now. We're gonna go B.
I flash one in front of you. Boom. Monster setup, I think.
2.
Okay.
It's okay. It's fine, guys.
Yep.
We drop Pepe.
I can drop him. Yeah.
I can.
Okay, triple nade now.
The time just took. It took long. They didn't see anyone. They went through with
Excuse
everything.
me?
That was way too late to call that rotate back because there's just no room even for the. There's no room, no incentive for the CTs to rotate that late. They were pushed up in outside bathrooms like they normally were. That was definitely Fnatic beating themselves, and they could have still lost if they went for a full site hit and whatever. But in that specific situation, they just overthought. They overcomplicated the situation. Oh my God!
Oh, we get it.
That'll simplify things a little bit.
Get it.
That'll take the edge off.
It's been a little while since we saw that triple nade stack.
Airstrike.
Artillery barraged. Okay, but Zarison, he's got an answer. Peeks away from party, and he doesn't even fall all the way back, so he could even go one better. But he doesn't see anything else, and I think because he feels a little safe here, he's going to stick around. But Lauders, there's so many players.
No, you can see under. Look, you can see under.
Oh my God! And the further they get, the less they suspect he's in here.
This is weird because he thinks he's holding this dead. Like, that means he has all the. No, man. They have no idea how many people just crossed.
Oh my God.
I don't think. Like, they're not going to go clear this. Are they going to clear it? KST? Is he just going to get bored and clear it? Dude, Zarison, will he randomly turn around? He might think about the timing, but he most likely doesn't think he has any timing.
Oh my God.
Oh, this is so unlucky for Zarison. This is going to be the site compromised, and Fnatic Rising moving quickly into it, and Zarison going, what the hell? Did 4 guys pass by me? I was looking at everything.
He missed the timing by mere seconds.
But hey, I just want to say something. They don't have CT control, and they didn't plan for it, and all the CTs are coming from really great retake positions, and they are such good retakers.
Oh my God, KST. He could have just died right there. Pulls his knife out, and he still gets the kill. Doesn't die in the Molotov either.
Oh.
But they did op a player in the meantime, so it is the 3v3. Now that flash pops in the middle of the site. They get the long player clear. Cheerful with the combat op. They've got a player locked. It has to be Lamek. He's got himself the headshot. Just needs to get this final kill. Banjo's got the cover. Which side's he peek? Shadow's been seen. Lamek closes the distance and goes down. Banjo wins the round, and Fnatic win map 3.
Wow. Nice 1v1 there from Banjo. Played beautifully off of that sound, and also a nice read to know that he wasn't going to fake and wrap around the other way. That was insane.
Oh, that's tough.
That's really tough because in Counter-Strike, you're going to have these moments. You have a small timing. You can call the timing, but in like 3 seconds that he wasn't spotting down there, seeing feet.
Yep.
4 guys walked by with a bunch of utility.
Not 1 or 2,
and
4.
And the intention to just hit that site, and that's what happened just now.
Gut-wrenching loss for the side of VP.Prodigy. It will be Fnatic Rising at the top of this group for the challenge to the land spot. That's it for today. The best of 3 is done. We'll pass this over to James and his children on the desk.
Huh? You should see what they're doing over there.
At this point, I have way too many children to be comfortable with what I've been doing with my life.
What now? Oh my God, how many, James?
Well, so far, if he's now including you two, then Harvey, Hugo, Harry, Dinko, Hawker. Yeah, we got way too many.
Right.
Where did you think I was going?
No, that's exactly what I was thinking. That's exactly what I was
thinking. All the ones you don't know about.
Oh God, I don't want to even think about that either. Thanks, Pimp. You know.
You're welcome.
Well, we didn't do very well on our predictions, lads, at all here, you know. And I will say,
got it. Scrawny got it.
Scrawny did take the Fnatic win with that one.
I think he said 2-0 though, which was kind of like, it's okay.
So you're just gonna kill him off on one map.
He changed it, but
even the fools are right once in a while.
Every now and again, it can work out in their favor. But no, realistically, even though that scoreline got close at the end there, that overpass was very in control of Fnatic from start to finish, right? And I did worry for him because what were they up 5-1, and then you see how the half ends. You think, all right, VP, okay, you're back. And then we move on to the T side, and we know that's the bread and butter of what we talk about with this leadership coming out of Keve. We heard Golden on the mic as well, right? Keeping them in a good spot even when they were losing some rounds, and it's starting to get closer. But this was, in general, just felt like it was Fnatic's from start to finish.
It was there was a brief moment, a window where VP were crowbarring their way into the game, and it was like at 5-1, they won the Tech 9 round. You know, they put a couple together, they put a handful together. But yeah, I would say that for most of the T side, and obviously that entire second half, that was just all Fnatic. VP.Prodigy really had a difficult time in capturing the plays that VP or that Fnatic wanted to throw at them, whether it was A takes in terms of just taking map control effectively. Like, the thing that's different about Cheerful and Regali right now to me is that Regali is like very willing when other teams are trying to get map control to still fight for a little bit of space. Cheerful gets pushed back a little bit easier, and also he didn't actually even have the op as much as Regali did in that half.
No, and that was a problem. That was definitely a problem. And outside of that, of course, as you also described, the CT side in general, you know, they got too much space, Fnatic Rising. It felt like they could walk all over VP.Prodigy. We talked about the preparation coming in with Kev as well. We got to see a prime example of that with the triple nade here to finish off the game as well. Something, of course, he's been studying, something he's been holding back, something he could pull out, you know, and get a free entry frag in the middle of the game when it actually mattered the most. As soon as VP.Prodigy started to look a little bit dangerous on the CT side, you pull out those nades and vice versa, you know, game over. That's just nice preparation. That's nice calling from Kevin. And again, without being too harsh to VP.Prodigy, I think we set our expectations maybe a little bit too high for them. We didn't really get to see how they can play. I think their performance against Mouse NXT was far superior to this one, and it's a little bit sad that we don't get to see the best of VP.Prodigy. The good thing is that they're not out of the tournament, and I guess the bad thing is that they did end up losing to a Fnatic Rising that, I think Squawny said it pretty well, they are getting better game by game by game.
But the thing they need to rely on is Regali being in form, but it is not just the weekends, right? Because yes, Regali looked good here overall, but you need to find that consistency with it, especially when you're the star player. Because when you think of stars on many teams, even in a loss, right, they're pulling off something where they're fighting back or they're giving you a chance in the game. Where sadly, what I see with Regali is one of these things where the games he does drop off on, it's like big drop-offs.
Yeah, it's big drop-offs, and there's practically no chance Fnatic win when he drops off on top of that. He is a huge win condition for them, and this was a day that was good to Regali. This was a day that we knew going into it was going to be one where he was going to show a better face. He did just that. 24 and 17 scoreline. Like, there's not too much to complain about there. It's still not the heights that we saw from Season 1 Regali, but when we look at the Opper on the other side and Cheerful, that's where we kind of have to... VP and Cheerful himself are probably going to hang their heads a little low because they know that they could have played a much better CT side.
And he was the missing link, right? He was the missing piece in this puzzle that could have potentially been the counter to Regali. That could have potentially been the guy who could, on the CT side, shut an area down. Could have been the A side, could have roamed over towards the B side. He could have been a little bit more fluent in the way he played, but he never really got into the game. He never really found a presence anywhere in the map. And at that point, it's hard to expect him to go from A to B to A to B, and by then disturb the way Fnatic Rising is playing. Cheerful, he needed to have a better game.
There were even moments, actually, and you don't always see the op-v-op matchup clash, but especially around Banana, around short A, we saw Regali find opening picks onto Cheerful. They're both scoped up on an angle, and Regali, probably because he's been a primary opper for a little bit longer, he just knows a little bit better than Cheerful. He was able to snipe him a couple times, and those were pivotal moments, because if Cheerful stays alive, then you know, things are going to go badly for Fnatic. But Regali, the guy on your screen, I mean, he did a great job in terms of countering the opposing opper, and on top of that, finding a lot of damage, a lot of impact.
Now, when we look at this, though, right, you guys spoke about it. VP.Prodigy will find themselves in the last chance attempt to get to the LAN finals, where we now look at Fnatic sitting in a better place, where they have a good chance going forward. Overall, though, would you say that VP.Prodigy still is a team where you think they're in contention to be in a spot to take a LAN?
I would say so. I think VP.Prodigy today didn't play their best game. I think they've been better earlier in the tournament, so maybe a little bit inconsistent still, but again, they made a competitive series against Fnatic Rising, who did place third last season, who is a team that we have to count in as one of the favorites to go into the LAN finals as well. So VP.Prodigy definitely still a contender, and I think in general, this group is looking very hot. I think coming in, you know, Big Omen Academy, they finished third in the other group. I'd say a head-to-head matchup right now between VP.Prodigy and Big Omen Academy. I'd put my money on VP.Prodigy, so I wouldn't count them out just yet, but it's going to be tough. Yeah. It's not going to be easy, and we're going to get either Young Ninjas or Navi Jr. down there to the last chance qualifier as well. We either get Fnatic Rising or Mouse NXT in there as well, so if you're VP.Prodigy, it's far from done, but I think they stand a somewhat decent chance to make it.
Yeah, I would give them like the last chance qualifier is going to say a lot very quickly for them. I mean, the opener is going to be very tough regardless of who they end up playing. Young Ninjas or Na'Vi Jr., but I do think they can make that lower bracket run. I think that if they played this whole series again right now, there's actually a chance that they just win it again. Like these teams are so back and forth. It's pretty fun to see the adjustments between Fnatic and VP when they play against each other.
Well, Fnatic found their success today, so let's grab Banjo, who's joining us for the interview. It'd be good to speak to him. Obviously, the new player coming on in, and like you guys mentioned, Fnatic getting better and better. Banjo, how you doing, man?
Hello, I'm good.
Quick question for you. Obviously, you came into Fnatic. You're the new player coming into the team. How well do you think you guys are performing in terms of improvement game after game?
I think pretty good.
Yeah, Banjo, we don't really know too much about you. We know that you came in pretty late to this lineup, and we don't know how much experience you have. So can you try educate me and the rest of the audience out there a little bit in terms of, have you ever played on a team before? Is this the first time you're experiencing this kind of level of Counter-Strike?
Yeah, I have played like in 2 past teams that were like ESA main and ESA advanced, but this is like my first international team.
All right.
Banjo, so you're working with Keve and Golden's still the coach of the roster. What kind of things are they working on with you in particular to improve your game?
And they helped me a lot, like fixing mistakes that I made and giving advice that what I should do and how to improve.
Would you mind like kind of saying what? Because I would say that your game has improved from day one to what we saw today. Is it like positions you're playing, how to read the game, like what kind of advice in particular?
I don't really know. Like the first game was just I was just so nervous.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And like now it's just better. Like I don't feel nervous at all anymore.
Good. All right. Okay. So the nerves have gone as well, which is certainly positive for you. In this game against VP, though, we know Fnatic aren't the biggest fans when it comes to Vertigo. How do you feel about that match? Do you feel there's a lot for you guys to learn about it?
Excuse me?
When it comes to Vertigo, do you think there was a lot you guys need to take away and learn from it? Because I know Fnatic are not a big fan of that map.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. I think we need to watch it and think about the mistakes.
Banjo, I guess one more question here. We've seen Regali a lot, and he's a guy that we highlighted during the first season. On the weekend, do you notice a difference in his gameplay? Because the way he spoke to us was that he's gonna play better because he's not in school. But like, does that lift some weight off your shoulders? The fact that he's performing the way that he does, like, does it make your job easier when he plays better?
Yeah.
Cool.
There we go. Well, Banjo, thank you very much for your time, my man. Congratulations on getting the win today, and we'll see you later on throughout the tournament.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
You can tell he's Finnish, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
That's very clear.
Calm, collected, you know.
I wonder, right, if they like all the Finnish players just sat together and went, "We will make it as difficult as possible to give up because we want to be good comedy." It's only Alexi B, right, who can give you some like long, in-depth answers, give you some more out of it. Everyone else in Finland is just like, I kill, I do my job, I learn.
The famous Alu quote. He's like, no. Yes. It's just like, all right.
You gotta love it. But you can understand him being nervous on the first day, right? Especially when you jump up to a team that... And the thing is, right, it's not about, say, the level of the teams, because they're all academy level teams. It's the fact that you're on this stage. You're representing a huge organization as well. It comes with an added amount of pressure because you are expected to have not just been picked for a reason, but also to show up.
For sure. And in all fairness, playing your first official on a big international level, you know, in front of a crowd, in front of this production, in front of this guy, you know, who's going to be hardcore and judge you throughout the entire game. I can understand why he's nervous, and the fact that he's even willing to put up one into you right now. Trust me, there was a lot of players in my time, and even now, that don't want to do this. They don't want to show up for the interviews, right? Yep. The fact that he's Finnish, you know, we know the Finnish style of giving answers, but he'll probably grow better, and who knows, maybe for the future he could be the new Alexi B. I think as we also kind of concluded leading into this game, he hasn't had a good tournament, he hasn't had a bad tournament, but I do find confidence in what he's saying right here, that he was extremely nervous in the first game, but it's slowly but surely getting away. So hopefully we get to see the full potential of Banjo. And I will say, he did finish off this game with a nice clutch right here, and he did have a decent show tonight. So it is slowly but surely getting better for him. And again, if it's all about the Regali show, what if Banjo all of a sudden shows up and he could be the process of the team and deliver the same stats? Then fnatic Rising is in a position again where they probably could qualify for the LAN finals.
Could be huge. That could be the difference maker. They need to not just rely on one player, right? Have that second string to what they want to try and pull off. We're going to take a look, though, at the group and just see how it has all panned out up until this point. And in terms of Group B, here we see it. It's Mal's NXT going up against fnatic Rising, two teams that were both at the LAN finals for Season 1, going head-to-head with a clash. Now, Mal's have 2-0'd their way so far throughout all of this. Do we expect them to do it again? Because they're pretty monstrous, let's be honest, Maui. Like, they are on a different level.
Simply speaking, yes. Mal's NXT are the heavy favorites, not only to take the group, but as it stands, to win the entire league. So we would expect that they're able to take down fnatic Rising. The real question is, can fnatic Rising put up a fight? Can they show that, can Banjo show a little bit more comfort? Can Regali show that he can provide a little bit more on a weekday? Because that's when that match is going to be. He's going to have school that day. So let's see if Regali can show up.
And there we have Group A. Obviously, we're waiting for this match between Young Ninjas and Na'Vi Jr. Now, this is one that I expect to always deliver, but I come back to not only the one from this, but also last season as well, where we looked at Ninjas sometimes just able to kind of manhandle Na'Vi, which you don't expect. Do we think Flamey is the difference maker in this one? We don't expect him to frag out, but maybe he offers the experience to help them stay strong.
Hopefully. They have played once already, right? And they are going to play again tomorrow night. But I do think that Flamey hasn't really shown his real level so far in Na'Vi Jr. He hasn't really shown his real impact. That being said, though, I don't consider Young Ninjas to be as good this season as they were last season. I think they kind of stagnated a little bit, whereas Monesi, Ankara in particular, is playing some of the best Counter-Strike he's ever played. So I think the matchup is very close to a 50-50. And the difference maker, the guy or the deciding factor, to put it that way, could be Flamey. If he all of a sudden starts to step up and find some of that, old fire that he used to possess when he was owning all the best players in the world, then young Ninjas will have big trouble on their hands tomorrow.
Well, let's see how it goes down. That is the exciting matchup to bring into tomorrow. We're heading off for tonight, and we will see you back for that game. Young Ninjas are taking on Na'Vi Jr. You guys won't want to miss it as we continue our journey throughout the WePlay CSGO Academy League. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Looking at the ground, and the round is won by